brighter future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Minister of Gilgit-Baltistan has arrived. Kindly settle down. We're going to commence our session. Ladies and gentlemen, today is all about Gilgit-Baltistan, and the Chief Minister is going to stay with you and remain with you throughout the day. We can have our photos later as well. Welcome to the Gilgit-Baltistan Investment Conference. A very warm welcome to you. A short announcement, all those who are outside kindly also join us inside because we're going to start our session. A very warm welcome to all of you. Assalamu alaikum, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I see all of you. Beautiful faces from Gilgit-Baltistan, looking down at each other, looking up at each other, and looking up at me as well. And I feel so happy to be here with you. My name is Tayyaba Nazar Khan, and I'm going to be the moderator for today. A very warm welcome to all of you. So the 3-day conference has been organized by the government of Gilgit-Baltistan along with GB Invest at the sidelines of the Dubai Expo 2020, a very significant event that is happening, which talks about the future of the world. And hence, we're going to talk about the future of Gilgit-Baltistan today. In this 3-day conference, today we're going to talk about how Gilgit-Baltistan's potential can be reached, and also we're going to talk about how the impact investment is going to target Gilgit-Baltistan. The aim of today's investment conference is to feature Gilgit-Baltistan on an international investment platform, unveiling its unique and a very fast-growing international and investment market. It will bring you immense opportunities to learn more about Gilgit-Baltistan, about the immaculate prospects of what it can bring to you and the investment that it can bring. Let's officially commence our 2nd day of investment conference with the recitation of the Holy Quran. For this, I would like to call upon Asifullah Khan, who is the Secretary, Minerals and Mines, to kindly say a few verses for us. Please, Mr. Asifullah Khan, kindly come to the stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون. هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم. صدق الله العظيم.
A beautiful melodious verse reminds us of how big this world is, and of course the importance of everything and how significant everything is. And of course, talking about significance, we know that Pakistan is also very significant. We're standing right now, we're sitting in Dubai, but Pakistan runs in our veins. Pakistan's blood, we are Pakistanis, and Pakistan runs in our blood. And just for this, just for the white and the green, just for the crescent and the star in our flag, let's stand up for the national anthem of Pakistan.
Kindly stand up, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly be seated. I, for one, surely felt the presence of Pakistan, even despite the fact that we're in Dubai right now, just the way that Gilgit-Baltistan is the heart. Just like Pakistan, I felt Pakistan in my heart. Gilgit-Baltistan is the heart of tourism, of mines industry, of dry fruits, and so many other things. And today we're going to celebrate Gilgit-Baltistan. Today is the day we're going to realize the potential of Gilgit-Baltistan. It is a land of immense geographic and strategic significance, gifted with multiple geo-economic corridors, strengthened by an attractive and diverse landscape and the meeting point of three beautiful and immense, humongous mountain ranges, the Karakoram, the Himalayas, and the Hindu Kush. GB also nestles the largest glaciers outside of the polar region. The Biafo and Baltoro are two of the most largest glaciers, and also flowing rivers. And of course, that's very significant for Pakistan's strategic interests, as well as Pakistan's socio-economic interests as well. Being rich in minerals and fruit trees, it also serves as a striking destination for trade and industries. And I just highlighted the gist of the pristine geographical demography of Gilgit-Baltistan. You don't even know right now about the people of Gilgit-Baltistan. Of course, you know because most of you are from Gilgit-Baltistan. However, we know that the people of Gilgit-Baltistan are hardworking. They are people who are resilient, people of the mountains, very, very resilient. They can take on any task. They're always there. They're all hospitable, they're kind, and the literacy rate is almost 99% with a zero crime rate. Gilgit-Baltistan is a place where definitely all the investment opportunities should come. The scenic beauty of GB, along with the hospitable and beautiful people who speak about 7 languages or even more throughout the region, it has the qualities to become the next hub of economic activity. This, however, brings in the question of the climate degradation in this area. That is exactly why the Gilgit-Baltistan Investment Conference aims at the impact investment to give precedence to value over volume, a very, very significant step, value over volume. GB Invest has 3 core principles upon which today's conference is rooted: people, nature, and value. GB Invest is a holistic private sector-led platform that is dedicated to the development of the investment readiness across the key areas of social inclusion and eco-friendly economic activities as well. It is an innovative approach that is aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, all 17 of them as well, because of course we know that very, very significant SDG goals have to be met by Pakistan, and Gilgit-Baltistan is one of the prime examples where it is being met, and GB Invest is trying to contribute the best that it can. It recognizes the pivotal role of the impact investments and private sector-led partnerships in advancing the socio-economic and even political situation of the province, the provisional province, according to the 2019 agreement. Now, GB Invest is powered by the following organizations, without which and without whose support today's event and conference would have, of course, not have been able to materialize. The Rupani Foundation. It is an impact-driven foundation which is primary financier and investor in Gilgit-Baltistan and the rest of Pakistan as well. It has already invested in the impact-driven projects from education, skill development to climate change as well. Also, Re-Energia, the second consortium private organization, it is the Pakistan's do tank, not think tank, with a focus on designing and implementing impact investment strategies and specialized expertise in the mountain communities and developing nexus resilience. Also, PIDE, that is Pakistan Institution of Development Economics, is a premier Pakistani think tank, researching and developing policies on the core national and regional issues as well. And of course, a very significant step in taking part in the GB Invest as well. Karakoram International University is also a part of this consortium. It is the academic beacon of GB located in Gilgit and has branches all across. Baltistan University is the last consortium partner, and it is a leading university of Gilgit-Baltistan as well, and located in Skardu with 3 campuses. Now, this was a brief introduction of the conference powered by the government of Gilgit-Baltistan and the GB Invest and Gilgit-Baltistan itself. Now, of course, firstly, let's call upon the stage the person who's leading Gilgit-Baltistan at this moment, the person who's the Chief Minister of Gilgit-Baltistan. He is a person, who became the Gilgit-Baltistan Chief Minister after a struggle. He became the member of Gilgit-Baltistan Assembly in November 2020 on November 25th. He is credited to table the provisional provincial status motion in Gilgit-Baltistan, which was, of course, unanimously agreed upon, and then Prime Minister Imran Khan also established it in 2019. And of course, he has also brought mega developmental projects in Gilgit-Baltistan, such as Astor Valley Road, Shantar Tunnel, Gilgit-Chitral Road, and power project in Atabad, Hunza. He also specialized Gilgit-Baltistan Information Technology and Irrigation Departments as a special initiative of the Chief Minister. I would like to invite you on the stage to kindly speak and say a few words as the inauguration of this event.
Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem. Amma ba'd, a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ministers, partners, honorable guests, investors who travel from different parts of the world and from Dubai, Assalamu alaikum. I've been asked to speak in English today. Well, I'll try to be more clear and more understandable. You know, I was preferring Urdu because in Urdu, whatever I would have said, my emotions were also supportive of the sentence. But I'll be brief about today's event. Being the host, I welcome you all to GB Investment Conference. And why to invest in GB? The first question that comes into the mind. And what are the sectors that might attract you? Let me tell you a little bit about Gilgit-Baltistan. It's situated in the north of the country, Pakistan, and it is 73,000 square kilometers, 17% of which is glacial, and it's known as the third polar region outside the two polar regions. It has three largest mountain ranges, namely Himalaya, Karakoram, and Hindu Kush. The Indus River flows into Pakistan through Gilgit-Baltistan, from Gilgit-Baltistan, and 5 of its tributary rivers originate from Gilgit-Baltistan. We don't have a village, we don't have a city which doesn't have its stream or river. And there is a population living in the Himalayan meadows. There is 20 to 30% of the population lives in Karakoram rocks, mountains, and then the rest of 20% population lives in Hindu Kush. And I'm sure you are aware of the challenges and the excitement of the mountain communities. We are 1.4 million population living in 73,000 square kilometers. Before independence of Pakistan, we were a very isolated community. We still are, and which helped us to create very strong bonding, internal, personal, community bonding, and we are very interdependent. So there is very, and when you go to a village, you will find their culture, their living standards very different and very attractive. Most likely similar to the other mountain communities, but with little bit of addition, because the Karakoram Highway was built in 1965, which is the only way to connect Islamabad right now. So imagine, before 65, there was no roads to connect GB with the other part of the world. So we have China on one side, we have Tajikistan, Uzbekistan on the other side, and then we have Pakistan entering through KP. Then if we go to Chatral, we will be entering into Swat, and then we have another pass which will connect us to AJK. So what's happening right now in Gilgit-Baltistan? In 1 year time, we have launched 3 to 4 new roads, which is going to change the area. Right now we have one road, which is called KKH Karakoram Highway, which connects Islamabad, Gilgit-Baltistan with Islamabad. But now we are building another road through AJK, which is called Shonter Tunnel. And then we are constructing another road to connect Baltistan. So what will happen? Right now we have, it's 800 kilometers from Baltistan to Islamabad. But with this road, it will be slashed to half and only 425 kilometers you can go to Baltistan from Islamabad. So the distance we are reducing, and then we are constructing another road through Shandur Pass, which will connect the Gizr district to other part of the KPK. So we will have 3 connectivities with the rest of the Pakistan. Then we have already established 1 international airport in Sikardu. We have already just on the final bidding process to hire a consultant to establish another international airport in Gilgit. So we will have 2 international airports. We are already establishing the roads infrastructure there. And about the connectivity, in I think 2 to 3 months back, we were successful to auction 4G in Gilgit-Baltistan. So now you have internet connectivity, which will help any business center, which is available now. You have very good road infrastructure coming in 2 to 3 years. You will have 2 international airports, and then you are in Gilgit-Baltistan. We have electricity shortage currently in the region, in the area. We are not connected with the regional grid, the national grid. This puts a challenge to Gilgit-Baltistan, the people of Gilgit-Baltistan and the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, but at the same time, it offers an opportunity. I'm sure most of you have heard that where there is a crisis, there is an opportunity. So we have a shortage of electricity, but that means that we are independent to purchase electricity. So if anyone here wants to invest in hydro project, we as a government can purchase, because we need hydroelectricity. In the country currently, there are 8 to 10,000 megawatts surplus, but as we are not connected with the national grid, we are independent and authorized to produce electricity, to define our own rates, tariff, and to make any commitments to purchase and fulfill our necessity. But saying that, the hydro projects, if we want to install, it will take time, 3 to 5 years, and sometimes if it's a big project, it can take 6 years. We can have DG sets if there is an investor, and we can provide continuous electricity that can be arranged. Because right now, the situation in Gilgit-Baltistan is there is a 1 to 2 star hotel, but there is so much tourism that we are not able to offer or accommodate the tourists. So the rates went high. And I'll tell you that when I was in Dubai and I was comparing the rates of the 5-star hotel in Dubai and the 1-star hotel or maybe 2-star hotel in GB, their rates are high. In Atabad, 2-star hotel is charging around $500 to $600. So you calculate here, maybe Sheraton, the rates are the same. So the opportunity is there. And if someone wants to invest, we can sort out electricity issue. In the meantime, we can get some investors to manufacture a few hydro projects for us. Now, this is Gilgit-Baltistan. We have around 200,000 households living in 73,000 square kilometers. So now you will understand, you have a picture. Most of the guests, I'm sure that they know Gilgit-Baltistan, but for those who don't know about Gilgit-Baltistan, I'm sure they have a picture of Gilgit-Baltistan, 73,000 square kilometers north of Pakistan, with 3 largest mountain ranges. The junction point is in Gilgit-Baltistan. A very unique biodiversity, forests, medicinal plants, rivers, glaciers. One of the tallest mountains in the world. There are only 14 mountains in whole world, which is above 8,000 meters. We have 5 of them in just our province. So it's very unique. We have brown bear, we have markhor and ibex, and we have a very special program, trophy hunting. We have falcons, we have peregrine, and we have other kind of birds, and the excellent category or excellent choice around the world if someone is interested. So, and with just 200,000 households. So what I want to present today is, you know, without a dream, you can't achieve anything. Someone saw a dream about Dubai, and look, where is Dubai now? But if there was no dream, there wouldn't have been any Dubai, or maybe a UAE. It would have been the same, which was 6 years before, maybe some extra buildings, but not what we are seeing right now. So we have a dream for Gilgit-Baltistan as well. And this is the right time. This is the right time for us to implement that dream, because nothing big has been built there. It's pure wild and it's pure nature. A place you won't be able to find anywhere in the world. And I was just discussing with a gentleman outside. Reinhold Messner is a German climber, a mountaineer who climbed all of the 14 mountains. He's the first mountaineer who climbed all the 14 mountains, and most of them was solo attempt. And it's really, when I say he climbed all the 14 mountains, it's really very hard. You know, if there is an expedition of 50 going up to K2, it's very likely that half of them will lose their lives and half of them will retreat from Camp 3 or Camp 4. There are many years that there is not a single person is able to conquer K2 or Nanga Parbat or any mountains in Nepal. So Reinhold Messner, in his life, conquered all the 14 mountains. And there is, I think, another person after him, he's from Nepal. He wrote a book, and he said that when my child will ask me that, Father, how was this world when God created it? He says that my reply will be very simple, and without any hesitation, I'll hold his finger and I'll take him to the northern areas of Pakistan, the Gilgit-Baltistan, and I'll leave him into any valley. And I'll tell my child that, look, when God created this world, it was like this. So this is Gilgit-Baltistan. We don't want to build Dubai or Singapore. We might be copying some strategies, but we are not going to copy the whole city. We want to preserve the nature. We want to keep it as it is. We don't want big factories from you. You are investors here. We don't want a steel mill or any factory which is going to destroy the climate, which is going to increase the temperature and melt our glaciers. We are into different business. We have around 1,000 villages. We are looking for village resorts, the best in the world. The best in the world. You have seen some villages in Switzerland. You have seen some villages in France and Italy. So what we are offering here today, we will give you the better location, the better village, the best people, and you come up with the excellent program and we will do the business. That's what we are proposing. And then if we find the partners, today, we find the investors, our question will be, what do you need? You tell us what do you need, we will arrange it and we will do the business. We will make it as simple as it for you. And we will take the interests in shape of MOUs, in shape of commitments. And once we both will fulfill our end of bargain or commitment, we will go into the agreement, and we will go into the agreement as a government. And from purchase of land to the execution, the government of Gilgit-Baltistan and the people of Gilgit-Baltistan will be with you to execute this project. So right now, well, this is very exciting, and for Gilgit-Baltistan, very exciting times. And why I'm excited, we are starting two-way programs. One, we are creating a vision for Gilgit-Baltistan, Vision 2040 and then Vision 2060, with the top people in the world. And that will be coming up from above with the vision that what Gilgit-Baltistan will look like in 2040. But in the meantime, we want to start from the ground as well. We want to start few villages. We want to start few hydro projects. We might start with few hotels. And we will start with few minerals. So I assure you that whoever will be coming with us today or in this time will be part of very exciting journey. A journey that not only me or my cabinet member, but the whole people of Gilgit-Baltistan has seen and is committed to achieve it for Gilgit-Baltistan, to preserve it for the world, and to make the best destination in the world. So we offer you minerals, we offer you tourism, we offer you agriculture. You know, the exciting thing about the agriculture is the proposals we have is, I told you that we have 73,000 square kilometers. 51% of the land is rangeland. It's the slopey area where we can't harvest any crops. We cannot build houses, but we can grow, plant trees, fruit trees there. So what we are offering is we will put the land, you invest in the lift irrigation. Maybe in some places you will find water easily, because there is not a single village in GB that doesn't have its own water, streams, springs, or river. So Gilgit-Baltistan is sufficient in terms of water, provides 70% of water to the country. So you will be investing, and we will be offering, you know, if you calculate 51% of the 73,000 square kilometers, you can imagine how big the land will be. And we will be in a partnership, you will be in a partnership with the local communities. So if you will be building a resort, you will be partners with the local community. If you want to put an agriculture, if you want to plant fruit trees, you will be again partners with the local community. We have another model where you can be the complete owner, but you have to purchase the land, and you have to invest more. But in this one, there will be the simple investment on the project. The community will be the partners. And I'll tell you, the organic fruits of Gilgit-Baltistan is the best fruits. And I've lived across the world, and I've tasted fruit from almost all of the countries. And honestly, I tell you, if you haven't tasted the fruits of Gilgit-Baltistan, you must, and then you will see that how good business this is. And as a businessman, you are aware that maybe in 2025, 2030, the food item price is going up. So we can offer you land where you can plant fruit trees not in millions, maybe in hundreds of millions, or maybe even billions of plant fruit trees. If you want to plant, we have enough land for you. And we have even a best proposal that you don't need to buy the land. We will give you the land. Get the best people from the agriculture department and sector and check the soil and plant the best fruit tree which we can grow and we can do the business and we can supply it to the world. And same is for hydroelectricity. The feasibilities we have, the feasibilities we have done so far is, I think, around 50,000 megawatt that we can create from the hydroelectricity. It's so far what we have discovered. And we haven't engaged any top-class renowned consultants. It's just the basic, it's the simple that we could find. There are opportunities. There are opportunities because, the world needs clean energy. The world needs clean energy. The countries who are producing electricity, the nuclear electricity, and it is a big problem for them. It's just like a nuclear plant. So if we want to create hydroelectricity, first, whatever we need, we can buy, and rest, if someone is interested, and that can be exported. Because right now, in Europe, gas electricity is coming from Russia. It's a huge business. It's a huge business. We can offer you small hydro projects, which we are interested to buy, which we can buy straight away. And we can go into a contract for 20, 30 years where you construct an electric hydro project and we will buy. And if you find an international market where you can sell your electricity, we offer you the opportunity to produce 50 or 80,000 megawatt, where you can create hydro clean energy and you can export it to the world. And same is with forest. Forest plantation is very close to everybody's heart, but the most vocal person in the world is our Prime Minister Imran Khan. When he came into power in KP, his party came into power, they started 1 billion plantation tree, which was a huge successful, recognized by the third parties and accepted all over the world. Then when he was chosen as the Prime Minister of Pakistan, he started 10 billion tree scheme project in Pakistan. We are part of it. But for Gilgit-Baltistan, it's a little bit different. Due to the global warming, climate has changed a lot. And it has damaged the world. Maybe in some part of the world, people don't see it. But where I come from, we have faced it. We have faced the consequences. From 2012 up till now, we have 500 casualties, people who lost their lives because of the climate change. In one conference when I was invited, I was telling my staff that in this conference, I'm going to say that I'm going to register an FIR, a criminal offense against the countries who are damaging the climate, the environment, and in a result, people living in mountains, they loses their life. And when I was young, in Discovery Channel or other TV channels, I used to see that, this big piece of ice today melted. It's equal to America, it's equal to Europe. And, I was young child, 10, 15 years old. I was thinking, this is not my problem. Why they are telling me this? But now I see it's not just my problem, it's everybody's problem. It's everyone who is living in this world is their problem. And Gilgit-Baltistan being, many experts refer it to the third polar region, apart from business, apart from any investment, if we live in this world, this is our business. We need to plant trees to protect those glaciers. We need to plant trees to protect not only Gilgit-Baltistan, but to all of the mountain communities, because the mountain communities are the water tower of the world. And imagine if you lose water cycle, what will happen to the world? You will lose agriculture. If you lose agriculture, where are you going to get food? And if you don't, even if there is food, it will be so expensive that forget poor, not even the middle class will afford it. And we are going on that direction because I have seen river that flows through my village. 15 years ago, the volume was different, and now it has shrunk. It's not just in one village, it's just the whole GB. So this plantation proposal, it's very special and it's close to my heart and it's close to everybody's heart, that with this planting fruit trees, we are not only generating business, we are actually protecting our environment. And with that, we have specially made few proposals. I can see our friends from Dubai, UAE, and Arab countries. We have some rare animals. We have trophy hunting. I'm sure that many of you have done trophy hunting in Hungary or in South Africa, but you haven't done it in our mountains. And we have falcons and peregrines. We have already had one commitment to build the falcon breeding system in GB. One is already in process, but we are taking through a close friend whose breeding system in UAE is one of the best. So we will have few towers to train the falcons, train best falcons in the world, plus the breeding system in Gilgit-Baltistan, what we are offering is, here I have seen it's confined in a hall, but what we can offer you is 4 to 5 kilometer open plan area or in the mountains, which is covered with the net, and you can train your falcons. So we already have secured 1 or 2, but if someone is interested in this one, because the best tourism is Arab tourism, I tell you, where you can earn a lot of money. So these 2 projects that from the forest department we have, it's very rare and it will change. It will change the tourism in GB. Currently, the tourists that are coming from Europe, America, for mountaineering or for even trophy hunting, but I'm sure that with this one, we will be able to attract our friends from UAE. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was a small introduction of Gilgit-Baltistan and what we are going to do and what we are, well, I am the host and I got this paper that finish it. Thank you, I will. So, and the right time, because this is the time that where we are taking Gilgit-Baltistan into new heights. It's really very exciting time for us because we are setting the targets for Gilgit-Baltistan. It is not just for the people of Gilgit-Baltistan. This is so special place that we are trying to build it for the whole world. It's not just, if it's something natural, if it's close to natural, while it's not just our property, we believe it's the whole world has the right to come and enjoy. So we want to build this area and we want to build with the people who are best of the best in the sector. And trust me, if you show us your skills, we won't be asking you that you have to pay this or you have to pay this. Our question will be, what we can do for you to start this business as soon as possible. And we will ask for the list that you need us to do for you in Gilgit-Baltistan. So I again welcome you all who are participating to this investment conference. Me, my ministers, my whole team is here to answer. We are here till 8 o'clock. There will be different segments, different departments will come and present their attractions or whatever proposals they have. And I'll be here. And if you have any questions, we have some separate rooms where if any team wants to discuss on their proposals, and we will be happy to answer your queries. And before leaving, I would like to thank you, my team, my ministers, and the secretaries, the officials, they came from Pakistan, they did brilliant work, and I want to thank you. The embassy here, they have put, and the community, the Business Council Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and then Pakhtun Welfare Organization, and then the partners that we have, Rupani and Inertia, I think, they have done wonderful job. And the most interesting thing was for me was people flying across the world just to attend this conference. So thank you all, and visit GB, see it by yourself, then believe it. Thank you again. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister Gilgit-Baltistan. It was really remiss of me, ladies and gentlemen, not to introduce the lady you have as our moderator today. Let me introduce first Tayyaba Nisar Khan, who works as an anchor at the Pakistan television. We are very happy and fortunate that PTV spared her. So over to you, Tayyaba. Sorry for not introducing you.
Thank you, Amr. That's very kind of you. And thank you, Mr. Khalid, for such a wonderful description of what Gilgit-Baltistan really stands for, and being a leader, the government-chosen leader and the people-chosen leader who actually thinks about the intergenerational and transnational issues such as climate change, and then brings about the impact investment as well. And of course, I have eaten the fruits of Gilgit-Baltistan, and I can vouch they're absolutely delicious, absolutely sweet apricots, very yummy. I've never honestly eaten them anywhere in the world. Now, of course, we have been joined by the Consul General of Pakistan, Consulate UAE as well, Mr. Hassan Afzal Khan. Welcome as well. It's a pleasure to have you. And now we're going to invite the one and only, the person who is, of course, one of the leaders of GB Invest. I was watching a video of Mr. Rupani, Mr. Nasruddin Rupani, and his humility really inspired me. And I think the 68% youth population of Pakistan really needs to learn one thing, and that is humility. Because once you're humble and once you keep struggling, then you can achieve anything. Mr. Rupani currently serves as the board of directors of Baker Ripley, a collaborator for children, and UNICEF Southwest. Additionally, he serves as the chairperson of the board of directors for Ibn Sina Foundation, which provides medical care at the affordable prices in undeserved communities throughout Houston. Now, serving others is an intrinsic part of Mr. Rupani, and this is what makes him and drives his passion as well. And he has a vast philanthropic experience supporting many nonprofit efforts globally, yet his passion is making early childhood development services accessible to the undeserved families, a very, very noble cause. He has also, by the way, received Sitara Imtiaz for his philanthropic work. Congratulations on that. Please put your hands together for Mr. Nasruddin Rupani.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chief Minister, Gilgit-Baltistan, ministers, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. It has been a pleasant, yet a very long journey to be here to welcome all of you to Dubai. Gilgit-Baltistan is a crown jewel of Pakistan, land of rivers, home of highest mountains of the world, and an island of peace. I'm happy and thankful to the government of GB under the leadership of our visionary Prime Minister Imran Khan and our Chief Minister, Mr. Khalid Khurshid, for taking this initiative and giving us the opportunity to be here at this history-making moment. I have been engaged with our beautiful people of Pakistan for over a decades and a half. This journey convinced me profoundly that we must give back to our country. Hence, this journey I started with Gilgit-Baltistan almost over 15 years ago. Personally, my zeal and devotion for Pakistan needed a lifetime inspiration to frame our interventions, and that I derived from His Highness the Aga Khan vision for development, which he presented through numerous development intervention under AKDN in region of Asia and Africa. His definition of civil society is private, voluntary energies for public good. It helped me shaping interventions in the broader civil society domain. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all going through an unprecedented time in our lives. The pandemic situation in the world has created a complete new norm and affected global economy adversely. Coupled with climate change challenges, this new norm is going to pose enormous stress on economic development. However, even in such circumstances, it would be unwise not to reflect on the post-pandemic world, which will be different, and we will have to adapt to it. Now in the time, therefore, to take a look at the long-term outlook of Pakistan, including GB economic development in the long run. We have two options available upon reaching that point. The first option is to do nothing and live within a status quo and be an average performer. The second option would be to take resolute measures that would transform the structure of the economy of Pakistan and particularly Gilgit-Baltistan. I assume that the options of average performing appears less attractive to most people they are here, and therefore propose to explore the second path in more depth moving forward. Hence, the second option becomes the primary reason that we partnered with esteemed academic institutions and private sectors partners such as PIDE, KIU, University of Baltistan, and Re-Energy to start a resolute private sector-led measures, namely gbinvest.org. We are so lucky that with the initiative of GB government in unlocking GB's potential, we do see a greater convergence of gbinvest.org and GB government for the long-term vision for economic development. It gives us the confidence for a closer public-private partnership to harness the potential for responsible investment in Gilgit-Baltistan. Dear colleagues, today's history-making event is the beginning of our long journey. We will have unexpected bumpy roads and long journey ahead of us. With the support of GB government and welcoming people of GB and a private sector interest, we'll make, inshallah, a strong triangle of partnership to turn GB into an island of peace, prosperity, geography of opportunity for all. On behalf of all partners, I give this commitment to Honorable Chief Minister, his government, the people of GB, and all impact investors that are on this platform, that the gbinvest.org will provide support, facilitation, and provide one window service for all impact investments in GB. We also offer our support in making GB Investment Conference an annual feature of GB with a vision that will, inshallah, become a platform such as World Economic Forum, inshallah, one good day. To make this process robust and successful, our partners, and I am sure all interested impact investors, are expecting the Honorable Chief Ministers, his cabinet, and dynamic bureaucrats to reciprocate by ensuring and enabling in our environment an ease of doing business for all. Once again, thank you very much for attending this event in person and many watching online around the world. I desire to have successful conference today with all your support and attendance. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Mr. Rupani, for this wonderful speech that you've given, and of course, a very inspirational speech for all of us, and a very impactful one as well. Now, I would like to call the Vice President of Finance, Pakistan Business Council, Dubai, Mohammad Nafis, on the stage for a few minutes for his remarks. Kindly, let's welcome Mr. Mohammad Nafis with a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. You have seen my name, Mohammad Nafis from Pakistan Business Council. Just to give you a brief introduction, what is Pakistan Business Council, what we are doing here in UAE, and what we are going to play in the future for the investment in Pakistan. It was formed in 2004 under the patronage of Dubai Chamber of Commerce and Industry, with the sole objective of increase foreign trade between UAE and Pakistan. Dubai Chamber of Commerce wanted to know what are the problems being faced by various business communities, bring to them, and they were very quick in solving those problems. Dubai means business, Dubai means trade. Dubai does not mean anything else. Trade and tourism is the lifeline of Dubai. I'm glad to say that Pakistan Business Council today is one of the strongest business council ranked by Dubai Chamber of Commerce. In recognition, they have given us a lot of our members golden visa, which is a big honor for a lot of members of Pakistan. I am one of the recipients of that golden visa. What we have done in Expo, we have attended all the conferences, listened to all the provinces, their investment proposals, their opportunities, and we are compiling all those information for our members, our prospective investors. And inshallah, we will play a very important link between Board of Investment of various provinces and the UAE. And what we have seen the prospect, what our members have, they have very much appreciated KPK and Gilgit-Baltistan now. That particularly Gilgit-Baltistan is a green field, a lot of opportunities. Only problem is that for 6 months it is closed down. And access there, logistic problems come, for which I think our Honorable President, Chief Minister has said they are making 4 different directions, different roads, international airports, so that will solve that problem. In addition to that, Pakistan Business Council do a lot of social activities for the community here. Recently, COVID-19, we arranged thousands of tickets for repatriation of the people from Dubai to Pakistan. We work very closely with our Consul General in Dubai and Ambassador in Abu Dhabi for solving the community social problem, financial problem, legal problem. So inshallah, we will continue because we believe investment is not a transaction. You import one consignment of fruit from Gilgit-Baltistan, that's not the end of it. Investment is a long-term relationship, and long-term relationship require mutual trust and confidence. And I think what we have seen in the leadership of Gilgit and Baltistan, we are very confident and very happy that we will have business together. And we were discussing yesterday that inshallah in June or July, our board of directors will visit Gilgit and Baltistan to see firsthand the opportunities there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nafis, for those remarks and telling us about what exactly Pakistan Business Council Dubai is doing. Now I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Syed Qaiser Anis, who is the founding president of Pakistan Business Council Abu Dhabi. He has over 25 years of experience as a financial consultant. With a round of applause, I welcome Mr. Dr. Syed Qaiser Anis.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Assalamu alaikum. Excellency, Chief Minister Saab, Khalid Khurshid Khan Saab, Excellency Hassan Afzal Saab, Consul General, Excellency Javed Manawa, Minister of Finance, and Nasaruddin Rupani Saab, and all GB secretaries and officials. I Council personally thank for inviting to this forum to address. I really appreciate that. And from the beginning, for last 1 week, the Council interacting with the GB Invest. And I commend to Chief Minister Saab the way he addressed and the way he introduced the GB province is great. My concern is that if you go to the Pakistan pavilion, you will see only Gilgit-Baltistan, the mountains, and so pretty and so beautiful. And Council is ready to work to make a joint venture. We are signing nearly 4 MOUs. Certainly, as Mr. Nafis mentioned, it's not just to invest, the money will flow there, it will not happen, it takes time. And certainly Board of Investment is doing a great role on this. It takes time for the attracting investment. And as my council work under Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce for last 18 years, promoting business between the 2 countries and a platform for the community. We undertook to sign 4 MOUs on technology, on mining, on agriculture, and hospitality. Certainly, we will work together hand to hand with all the GB Invest officials, and we are sure that we will succeed to identify the overseas Pakistani, because overseas Pakistani is a backbone for Pakistan. They're always stood to invest there, and the overseas Pakistani will play a role. If any hurdle in GB, they can manage. But I have few meetings with the Chief Minister, and he did mention that he wants to have a high quality of brand there. Yes, this is the right approach. I have one mall here. They said, I only want top brands. And that mall succeeded because he has all the top brands. And if the Chief Minister had this vision, I'm sure he will attract all those things and he will have a great investment. But the challenge is with so much promotion done in Pakistan Pavilion about GB now, the flow of people will come to there, that you have to prepare to receive them. And Raja Nasir Sahab, I think, is a tourism minister, will certainly arrange on that. And we council is behind you. We will support you. And we are there to serve you. Anything you can call, and we are very close. Thank you so much for coming here to Dubai, which is a great place. I say Dubai is the example. I mentioned before that now you have to write Dubai when you write New York, London, and Paris. That is what he did. They made in last 18 years only. And you should learn from that model, how they did it. They have a free zone, they have an exhibition, they have a tourism, there is a hub. We should plan that way. As Chief Minister said that we will identify something. I wish all success and full support from Pakistan Business Professional Council. My special thanks to my board member and member who are behind for last so many years working for it. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Anis, for the wonderful presentation and your support towards all of those who are sitting right here. And now, of course, we're going to move on towards our keynote speeches before the presentation and the policy framework context of Gilgit-Baltistan's investment. And for that, I would like to invite my co-moderator, Mr. Amir Zafar Durrani. He is the CEO of Re-Energia. He is also the advisor to United Office for Project Services and Pakistan Poverty Alleviation Fund. And he has over 17 years of experience in the World Bank in itself. But most importantly, he is my co-moderator for the sectoral sessions in this conference as well, and for the keynote speeches by my most favorite people, Dr. Ishrat Hussain and Dr. Adil Najam. Let's welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Amir Zafar Durrani.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not here to take your time. It's indeed a privilege to be here today. And I thought that before we get into the keynote addresses, we would just like to acknowledge all the ministers from GB, all the secretaries from the various departments who are here, have taken out their time. And I also want to have a special thanks to the ACS, Jamali Saab, who's made a lot of this happen. So with that, we will be personally identifying all the dignitaries from GB after the keynote speeches. So please bear with us. First and foremost, let me say that before I bring in Dr. Ishrat, for those of you who don't know Dr. Ishrat Hussain, his signature has been on all our currency for almost 10 years. He has been one of the most successful state bank governors of Pakistan. He is the person who took the State Bank of Pakistan from files and dusty corridors to a modern state bank of which we all, as Pakistanis, are tremendously proud. And I have no doubt in saying this, that the reason we are proud to bring GB here today is because of the financial inclusion and the system of finance that we have in Pakistan that is second to none in the world. And I say that with confidence, being also a resident in Dubai. So Dr. Ishrat, who is an eminent banker and economist, he has been also the dean of IBA for almost a decade. He has done tremendous things, but most importantly, he has been the person behind most of the institutional reforms, and he has served before leaving eminently at the ripe age of 80, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, had him serving to bring about the government reform. So without further ado, let me bring in Dr. Ishrat Hussain. Dr. Saab, can you hear us? Can we have
Yes,
Dr. Saab
I
on the
can.
screen, please?
Can you
The
hear
gentleman on the
me?
Zoom.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well, Dr. Saab.
All
Can you
right.
turn up the volume, please?
Okay. Thank you very much, Amir, for your kind words. It's a pleasure to address this very august gathering, and particularly this relates to a very up and rising region of Pakistan, of which we are all very proud. I think the beauty of Gilgit-Baltistan is not known to the people outside Pakistan, and this is a very good opportunity to introduce what we have to offer in Gilgit-Baltistan. But I will place my remarks in the overall context of Pakistan as a destination for foreign investment. As having worked on almost 50 countries in the world during my 20-year tenure at the World Bank, and having seen the East Asian countries like China, Korea, Vietnam, I'm quite convinced that no country in the world in this globalized age can prosper, can make progress, can improve the living standards of its people by remaining isolated and inward looking. So we have to participate in international trade, open up our economy to the foreign investors, and give them all the opportunities to bring in their capital, their expertise, their technology, their marketing, their networking for the benefit of the Pakistani population. So that's my starting point, that outward-oriented economies have done extremely well compared to those who have remained inward-looking. And if you look at Pakistan, it was one of the top 10 developing countries which were growing at 6 to 6.5% between 1950 to 1990. 40 years top record. And at one time, Pakistan was considered a role model for other developing countries who would send their delegations to visit Pakistan and emulate the kind of institutional strength which we had gained in order to bring Pakistan to be one of the top performers. Lately, we haven't had much of success for a variety of reasons, and I don't want to get into those. But let me give you a perspective which would be of some interest to the foreign investors. First, you have a large market size of 220 million population and a very, very dynamic young population which is aspiring to emulate the global standards. They are not hung up in the past, they are looking forward. So you have a market which is large, but also qualitatively forward-looking market. And I think this is something which people should realize. While Japan is now in an aging population, and soon Europe would be, Pakistan would be offering very much younger generation for the workforce in the advanced countries. And we would very much welcome foreign investment to come and train our younger people to prepare them for participation in the global workforce. My second point is that unlike many developing countries, Pakistan is a private sector dominated economy. Production, distribution, and exchange in agriculture sector, in industrial sector, and services is all in the hands of the private sector. Yes, there are some state-owned enterprises, mainly in some areas like energy, because they are monopolies, but they are also being reformed and they are also being restructured in order to bring in the private sector to manage these enterprises or privatize them to strategic investors. So that, I think, is something to be kept in mind, that the dynamism of an economy comes through its private sector. Number three, we have lifted almost 60 million people out of poverty during the last 20 years. And this is the growing middle class. This people who are coming out of the poverty are being added to a growing middle class. And the middle class would be anywhere between 30 to 50 million, depending on your definition. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the size of many small European countries. So you have that kind of population which has a purchasing power equivalent to some of these small European countries. And that is the characteristic of the middle class. My fourth point is that right from the beginning, even when domestic industries were nationalized in the 1970s, no government in Pakistan has ever touched any foreign investor. They have been treated with respect and their investment has been sacrosanct. There hasn't been one single case of expropriation by the government of any foreign investor. And we are very proud to say that. And that gives the confidence to the private sector from the outside the country that they will not be unfairly treated or their assets will not be taken away from them. And that's a great deal of confidence. But along with that, we have a very liberal foreign exchange regime. We have no restrictions on the repatriation of profits, dividends, interest, royalty. You bring in your money, you keep that in Pakistan, and when you want to take it back, you go through your banks and there are no permissions required. And that is something which is not very much common in the developing world, but Pakistan is very much ahead, and this has been going on for the last 20 years. So you have a track record of 20 years for that. The next point I would like to say that because there are so many opportunities for the investors, the returns on the equity in Pakistan are one of the highest among the developing world. Even if you adjust for the depreciation of the rupees and for inflation, your real rates of return on equity are quite high. And therefore, this, along with the possibility of repatriating your capital, you are in a good business proposition. So you're not doing any great service to yourself if you miss that kind of opportunity where your relative rate of return is quite high. The other point I'd like to make that during the last few years, we have made some very fundamental economic reforms. And one of them is the market determined exchange rate. So the state bank or the government will not intervene in the exchange rate, will not artificially determine the level of the exchange rate, but it will be the market forces which will decide what the exchange rate is going to be. So when you have the hands-off approach of the central bank or the government, that gives a lot of certainty to the investors that they will get what is considered a realistic return on the exchange rate for them. The other point I like to emphasize that not only that we have a large population of English-speaking talented young men and women, but we have also got a skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled population which is trainable, because what you require from the foreign investor is the techniques and practices which can increase the productivity. So when the Chinese investors come to Pakistan, they look at the talent pool and they say, we will train them both in-house, but also we will send them to China to adopt the practices which are being done in China in the similar sectors. And when they come back, they replace the Chinese engineers and the Chinese expatriate workers because the Pakistani workers are much cheaper. So that gives you a comparative advantage as far as your cost of production is concerned. And our labor costs are lowest in the whole Asia region. We are only comparable to Bangladesh, which is also a very low labor cost, but their labor cost is mainly in the ready-made garment sector because that's their major export item. But in Pakistan, we have a diversified base where the labor costs are across the board in most of the economic activities. And then, as I said, because we are quite convinced that open trade regime and participation in international trade is something which gives you a much greater dividends. And I quote you the example of Vietnam, which was completely shattered by the civil war. But today its export GDP ratio is more than 100%. That means that they are producing exports higher than their national income. So look at what is happening to Vietnam during the last 2 decades. This is the recipe for success, and Pakistan's exports are now being given very much boost by a textile policy, by the strategic trade policy, which are making commitments of the medium term and the long term. So I would very much argue, not because I'm a Pakistani, but because as a development economist, that this opportunity to invest in Pakistan, despite all the image problem we have, like all the perception about the terrorism and the extremism and all other, I think will be missed by those very clever and astute investors who are looking at the long-term horizon, not the short-term horizons. And the companies, the foreign companies, we have more than 500 foreign companies, they have remained here, they have expanded themselves, and they are quite convinced that the returns they are getting in this country and the treatment they're getting is excellent. So I'm just quoting these perception surveys as far as the overseas investors are concerned in Pakistan. Now I come to the GB.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'll just, yeah.
Sir, we have 30 seconds because the Chief Minister.
I will just say about GB. GB is now being connected both from the physical point of view, from the digital point of view. The airports are being opened up. The PIA and other airlines are bringing in their flights. And as you know, Karakoram Highway goes there. And for the tourism, this is the cheapest place you can find anywhere in the world with all the beauty and with all the 3 ranges of the mountains coming there. The people are literate, they are highly educated, they are disciplined, and they are honest people in GB who really do hard work, and the work ethos in GB is one of the best I have seen. So those who are interested in ecotourism, for example, I would very strongly recommend them to consider GB. Thank you very much. Amir, I know I exceeded a few minutes, but it was my duty to bring the GB in the picture for this particular event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. As always, very, very aptly put, and thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I have to move on because we're going to be joined by another and this is, ladies and gentlemen, before I go forward, just for everybody, have combined. So after this second keynote, we will have the ACS Jamali Saab say a few words, and then we'll go to the tea break. So for those of you who are wondering how long, so another 10, 15 minutes, and that's it. So I'm very thankful for your patience. But first, quickly, before I bring Adil in, I want to recognize the ministers in the audience. So Colonel Ubaid, the Senior Minister, Trade and Industry, if you could stand up and let the audience know where you are. Mr. Fatahullah Khan, the Minister, Planning and Development and Information. Please, I want all the investors to know who you are, whoever is here and on the screen. Raja Nasir Khan, are you here? Rasab, Minister for Tourism. He has many other things that he does, so I can't even start counting, but pleasure to have you here. Kazim Misam, the Minister for Agriculture. Kazim Bhai. Mushtaq Ahmed Sahib, Minister Water and Power. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Welcome. We have Dilshad Bano, the Parliamentary Secretary for Tourism. Dilshad Bibi. We have Ilyas Siddiq, the Special Assistant on Minerals. Irshad, you around? I guess he couldn't make it. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Adil Najam online. For those of you who don't know Adil, I don't know where to start. But basically, Adil right now is the inaugural dean of the Padre School of Global Studies at Boston University. Before this, and in parallel, he also teaches international relations and earth and environment. He was serving as the Vice Chancellor of Lahore University of Management Sciences. And before that, Adil served as the lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which got the Nobel Prize in 2007, along with the Vice President Al Gore. So it is a pleasure. My roommate, my friend from 7 Umar Hall, Dr. Adil Najam. Adil, you have about 10 minutes, so keep it short, but lovely to have you here. Can you hear us? Can we have him on Zoom, please? Guys, wake up. Phone guy.
Unmute. Ji, can you hear me, Ji?
Yeah, we can hear you, Adil, and I think just give me a second. I want to get you on the screen. Thank you. We want to get Dr. Adil Najam on the screen.
And if you can also give me screen share so that I can use my slides.
Screen share allowed, please.
You have right, sir.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. While I do that, my gratitude to everyone and thank you so much for having me here. It is a great pleasure to be with you, and it is a great pleasure to know that this conference is happening because I think this is important. I hope people can see the screen and this globe on that, just to confirm that you are seeing my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, your screen is visible. We can hear you. You're very audible.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir, for doing this. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I am so glad that this proactive conversation is happening. I will take my few minutes here to contribute just a few thoughts as someone who works on climate and development and on Pakistan, trying to bring those three things together. Where are we with climate and where can we be with development and particularly in the Gilgit-Baltistan region. So I'm going to make some very quick, big points, but I hope that this can help us frame our conversation during the rest of the day and the conference in thinking about also where the world is going and how all of this can play into this. I want to raise three questions that I won't answer, but I hope that you will continue to think about. One is, what is climate telling us? Now, I'm talking about climate not just because I work on climate, I'm talking about that certainly, but I'm going to make this argument that Gilgit-Baltistan has a particular geographic importance, which is not just its resources, which is not just its beauty, but which is its central role in regulating the climate of Pakistan. And not just regulating the climate of Pakistan, but regulating much of the climate of the region. I make this as a rather serious point. In some ways, think of this region, the larger region that Gilgit is in, and Gilgit-Baltistan in particular, as kind of a thermostat for certainly the Indus Basin, but for much of the Himalayas range. And why do I say that? It's not the only thermostat, but it's a very important thermostat. What we call Pakistan and much of this region is really defined by these two great climatic forces. One is called the Himalayas, and the other is called the monsoon. The monsoon comes and hits the Himalayas and creates a system, and has created this system with the great mountains and the monsoon that has given us a particular civilization that ranges from the glaciers down to the floodplains that are fed by both the glaciers and by the monsoon. I'm rushing through this, but because of this, it is important to understand what is climate telling us in terms of what is going to happen in this region. Second, what is the climate? What is climate, and what is the climate for investment in Gilgit-Baltistan telling us, right? And that Dr. Ishrat has already talked a lot about, so I won't go into that, but I want to merge those two thoughts. That this is a particular moment which is not just good for investment in Gilgit-Baltistan, but that investment can and has to be framed within these larger realities. And I say realities because those realities come with both opportunities and challenges. Again, I'm rushing through this for the paucity of time, but I hope I make that point. And what I want to do in my few minutes, very, very quickly here, is to do essentially two things. I want to talk very briefly about climate, the big picture, much of which you know, but I want to emphasize why this region, this place, this beautiful piece of earth is so central to the climate of the globe, but also how it itself is defined by climate. And in many ways, I would argue that in many sectors, certainly tourism, but not just tourism, certainly energy, certainly a lot of other development areas, but certainly those two, tourism and energy, they themselves are going and are being defined by climate. And that means particularly in terms of water, but also in terms of renewables. That means in terms of tourism and what attracts people to this region. That means how that is changing. That means how what attracts people to this region has to be considered and how it might change in the future, but also how it might be preserved and how it might be taken care of so that the value we receive from that, the value we receive from nature in Gilgit-Baltistan is a long-term value and not just a short-term value. So again, my apologies for sort of the quick pace of this, but let me get into those 2 points very, very quickly. I want to give you a little snapshot of just how real this is. Many people talk about 2020 was a year like no other. It was a year like no other. We were all on Zoom. We are still on Zoom. I'm so sorry not to be with you right there myself. It was a year when everything was going online and we were thinking of COVID. But let me tell you what else was happening in 2020. While we were all fixated on COVID, what else was happening in 2020 all across the world? January in 2020 was the hottest January ever since we have recorded temperature or global temperature. January was the hottest ever. February was the second hottest February ever. March was the second hottest March ever. April, second hottest April ever. May, hottest May ever. June, hottest June ever. July, second hottest July. August, September, I think you get the pattern here that month after month, after a few months, we even stopped reporting it because it became the new normal, right? In December, we got a little respite because it was only the 8th hottest. But the point I'm making is that this became such a common thing that this has become now normal. Why am I not talking about 2021? Because the pattern repeats itself. And in fact, the idea there that I want to highlight, this is not to scare you, this is an investment conference, but this is to create a new investment reality anywhere in the world. A new reality is that climate is changing. It is not that climate will change, it is that climate is changing. And that is particularly true for what I'm calling the thermostat of Pakistan, which is the Gilgit-Baltistan area. And that reality, I think, has to be in the forefront of anyone's mind as we plan our future, including on investment. Now, again, my job is not to scare you, and I do not think this is something to be, it is something to worry about, it is something to do something about, but it is also something to capitalize on by making the type of actions today that will keep us in a good place for the future. Now, you might be saying that, well, Professor, you put these global numbers, but we live not on a globe, we live in a place. We live in Islamabad or New York or Gilgit-Baltistan here. So what's happening to the climate here? Before I give that, let me just tell you why this is important globally. You've heard a lot about this 1.5 as the goal, which is not going to be met. What you see on the screen there is the actual recorded temperature for every year that global temperatures are available. Right? Now, you will see how quickly that moves. You will see how quickly that is moving towards these thresholds that the science is telling us about. As I was saying, while that is the global reality, what does this mean at the local level? So wherever you are locally, and we are particularly interested in Gilgit-Baltistan, here is the same data for all the points of the earth for which we have this data. So keep your eye on that, kind of in the middle, on the third side, one third of the right side of your screen, where Pakistan is and where Gilgit-Baltistan is. But keep your eye on wherever you want. This again is actual recorded temperatures, climate temperatures, not weather temperatures, for this period ever since we have been recording. This one stops at 2018. What is the point of this? The point of this again is to alert us. This is not about scaring, to alert us that this is the reality in which any future planning ought to be done. Why is this reality particularly important for Gilgit? One of the reasons this is particularly important for Gilgit is the thing I talked about as this thermostat. It is at the foot of, it is in the Himalayas. It is in a particular place for the glacial geomorphy of the Hindu Kush region. It is in a particular place within Pakistan. It is in a particular place within the globe as far as this climate is concerned. That means that anyone, and I apologize for that screen being a little messed up, that means that for anyone who's thinking about the future of any region, but particularly this region, we should include already that change means change, and change means opportunity. Right? If you hold it right. There are two areas only I would highlight, and I know you're talking about other things. One of those areas is tourism. And there, the key word is sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism, not simply because we are going to put a word on it and we're going to put a little thing on the pillow saying, please, if you want, we won't change your towel. Do that. That's very important. But sustainable tourism means that essentially you value your things differently. And this is where I will end, Amit. Last slide and 3 points. And I put this picture simply because this is based on something we've done. We had done for the UN Secretary General that I'm applying to Gilgit. What does this mean for
apologies,
Gilgit?
but we have a new entrant to cut you short, but you have 30 seconds.
30 seconds and I'm finishing. One, what does this mean for Gilgit as you think about climate and development? One, we have to think of development not just as growth, but development as prosperity. If we are going to talk about sustainable development, people are going to come to a place they're going to feel good about, and that is the opportunity for sustainable development. Second, we have to think about adaptation not as a problem, but adaptation as a solution. Adaptation, including adaptation funding, is a solution to a better pathway, particularly for Gilgit. And finally, we have to think about nature not just as a resource to extract, to take out as quickly as possible, but nature as a value that can keep us giving. And that is where both in renewable energy and in sustainable tourism, nature becomes a very different thing, not as a resource simply to extract, but as a value to capitalize on. I apologize for taking too long. I thank you for all your time, and I wish everyone here the very, very best for a wonderful conference. Thank you so much.
Adil, thank you very much for that amazing eye-opening thing of climate change. We are now going to hand over the floor. There are two choices, CM Saab. As the host, may I request you, should we break for tea now, do some networking, and then bring in the government? Or should you want to have Mr. Jamali and others talk now? I think the crowd wants to go out. Okay, thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a 15, not a 10-minute, a 15-minute break. And I'd like everyone reassembled here at 4 p.m. And then we'll start with the government pitches. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take on time. Thank you very much.
Chalaf district has thousands of intricate rock inscriptions and petroglyphs along the river Indus, spread over nearly 10 kilometers. They date back to a long period of history between the 1st century BC and the 7th century AD. The Tharpton sand plains are considered the most important site with these relics. The boulders here depict Buddhist themes, stupas, sun symbols, animal figures like horses and ibex, hunting scenes, battle axes, and inscriptions in the Brahmi script. The altar rock and the rock of the first sermon are particularly famous. More inscriptions are found at the Hodur and Shinala sites. The Chalas rock carvings reflect Tibetan and Gandhara influences in their style. They continue to attract the attention of scholars and researchers. Buddhist influences in Gilgit-Baltistan's history are embodied in multiple well-known archaeological sites. The Mantal Buddha near Skardu is prominent among these. It is a sculpture of the Buddha carved on a huge boulder facing the Sapara River. The central figure is accompanied by two standing vicegerent figures on each side and is surrounded all around by 20 disciples. A Tibetan inscription is also visible beneath the figures. The carving dates back to the 9th century, a relic of Baltistan's Buddhist and Bon history. About 35 kilometers from Skardu, ruins of a Buddhist monastery and stupas are the main attractions in Shiga. There are rocks and boulders which portray hundreds of carvings of animals and humans, along with inscriptions in Kharoshthi and Brahmi. The stupas reflect a Tibetan style. Carved figures of the Buddha on a huge flat-faced boulder overlook the Shiga River. These standing figures of Tibetan features resemble the Mantal Buddha. Buddhist themes and local lore have merged in the Karka Buddha, about 12 kilometers from Gilgit city. It is a standing Buddha figure carved into a cliff face. It is depicted in the Abe Mudra pose, representing protection and peace. Yet, local legend interprets the figure as a man-eating giantess or witch pinned to the cliff by a holy man as punishment. The figure was originally positioned within a niche, but now remains fully exposed. It has been sculpted in the Tibetan style and dates back to the 7th century. Brahmi inscriptions dating from the 6th century are also located in Hisar district. They are known as the Hatu royal inscriptions. These are 6 lines of Proto-Sarada carved into stone. Their subject is the local royal family, their titles, and their conquests. A variety of petroglyphs are also seen on the sacred rocks of Ganesh and Hunza along the Karakoram highway. They show ibex figures and inscriptions in Kharoshthi, Brahmi, and Sagodi. The place is locally known as Haldekish, which means the site of the ibex. 4 main sections of the huge rock depict different scenes and hundreds of inscriptions. The carvings are thought to be over 1,000 years old. Gilgit-Baltistan has been part of many civilizations whose material traces are still visible today. These fascinating archaeological remains add further interest to this unique region. The ideas of ancient people still speak to us through their work. The mountains remain witness to human life that once flourished among them. Do you know the feeling somehow, even without having ever been there. I seem to already know its colors and be familiar with its tastes and sounds. Maybe I was here in a past life when I first stepped upon this soil. All of these visions were in fact true. I was back.
We're about to begin our session. If everybody could kindly be seated and come inside after the tea break, that would be wonderful. We're going to begin the session in 5 minutes.
Yellow, favor? No, just in case you know the name.
We're going to commence our session. If everybody could kindly come inside the hall and be seated, that would be wonderful. We're going to commence our session, and of course, we're going to make it a little more interactive, less formal. This session is going to be all about you, the investors, and everybody around here. You're going to get a chance to ask questions as well. We're going to talk to you, and we're going to have a panel as well. So if everybody could kindly come inside, because we're starting the session. We're running short of time. If everybody could kindly come inside and be seated, we're going to begin our session.
Sir, can you please unmute yourself, sir? Amir Dubani Sahab, sir, can you please unmute yourself?
We cannot hear anyone from the conference hall.
Actually, वो mute हुए हैं.
Yes, let me try.
Sorry to interrupt, we are unable to hear you. Please unmute yourself. Can you please unmute yourself from the conference hall?
So I can see Rupani Saab is quite hungry. You guys didn't let him eat.
Let's just do this. Ladies and gentlemen, you can bring your food inside, of course.
Jalal,
Let's bring your food inside and then let's start the session as well. It will be very interactive. And of course, we want you to enjoy the time. Bring your food inside, bring your drinks inside, and let's start the session. We're going to eat as well, and you're going to eat, and then we're also going to listen to the presentations, because that way, of course, we need our cognitive skills, and the cognitive skills are only developed when you have nutrition. And of course, you can't bring your nutrition inside the hall as well. So let's come back and start the session.
Food in the next break is even better. So please keep some space for the next break.
Wonderful. I believe we should start the session, Amir. What do you think?
In about 4 minutes.
Okay, let's wait 4 minutes for everybody to come back. Until then, I believe we should keep asking them to follow the schedule so we can ensure that everything is
Asaf, could
taken
you
care of.
kindly make sure that you stand up tall and bring everybody in? Please go outside and usher everybody in.
Tourism, of course, we know is something very important. And last year alone, 700,000 people from all across, not just Pakistan, but also internationally came and went to Gilgit-Baltistan, which is a huge number. And this shows and marks Gilgit-Baltistan in itself as a very high potential investment zone region. And of course, we would like you all to come here, stay present, and let's start an interactive debate with all of you. We're going to walk amongst you. We're going to ensure that you all take a chance, you have a chance to interact as well. And of course, if you kindly be seated, we're going to start the session in 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be kind to our international guests. They have been waiting. They have long since finished food. Please, doors close in 2 minutes. Sayyid Jalal Shah, could you make sure that we get everybody in? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have also asked for a coffee inside, so you can also bring your coffees inside. And let's start the discussion. Caffeine is very important, of course, to keep yourself active. I'm already active. I do not need caffeine, but just in case.
The Chief Minister is a very good host. Trust me, there is much better food coming in the next session. So please join us inside. Keep some space. We have even dinner at the end. Okay, I think we should start the session.
Okay, let's start the session.
Please
Okay.
close the doors outside. Jalal, can I have the doors closed, please? Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, we're starting our session formally now. Tourism, something very, very significant. Gilgit-Baltistan, of course, you all know, is a hub of tourism. You can see the caps that so many of you are wearing, even including the minister himself is wearing a cap with a feather. And this itself triggers your intrigue, and it shows that there's something unique about Gilgit-Baltistan, something you do not see in other provinces, in other parts of the world. And not just that, the landscape in itself, the scenic beauty of Gilgit-Baltistan, the people of Gilgit-Baltistan, the fruits and amazing things of Gilgit-Baltistan, the fact that there could be Winter Olympics, a proper team from Gilgit-Baltistan in the Winter Olympics as well, like we've seen in the past, in the recent history, where in Hunza, there was skiing competition and so many women took part in it as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please keep your side conversations for now. Let's show some respect to the guests who are here. I would like everyone focused towards the moderator. I am a very stern host. She is the nice one amongst us. So it's the good cop, bad cop. Please understand, we all represent Gilgit-Baltistan, Pakistan here together. So let's have some decorum. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Amir, for being the good bad cop. Okay, so we're going to formally start the session. Tourism, as you know, 700,000 people in 2021 came all the way from all across the world, including Pakistan, to Gilgit-Baltistan, showing the potential of the investment opportunities there. For this, I'm going to call upon the stage Mr. Rashid Ali, who's the Secretary Tourism and the Officer of Gilgit-Baltistan's District Management Services, working as Secretary Tourism, Sports, Culture, Museum, and Archaeology Department, Gilgit-Baltistan. Kindly, Mr. Rashid Ali, if you could, Mr. Rashid Ali, if you could kindly come to the stage and take your seat. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Rashid Ali. And now for the panel, I'm going to invite Mr. Raja Faisal, Mr. Raja Nasir Khan, who of course is the Youth Minister, and he's also the Minister for Tourism. And he is going to be here, and of course, I know him as a youth minister because I myself have a personal contact with him through National Youth Council of Pakistan. So please, kindly, Mr. Raja Nasir, if you could come on stage. Wonderful. Now we're going to be joined by, on the panel, the Parliamentary Secretary Tourism as well, Ms. Dilshad Bano, if you could kindly come as well. Wonderful to have you. I love your cap as well, Hunzai cap. And lastly, we're going to have the Deputy Chief Planning and Development, Ms. Najma, if you could kindly come on the stage as well. And we're going to formally start this sectoral session. Mr. Rashid Ali is now going to open the session, and we're going to have a short presentation followed by a question and answer session for which the panel is already present.
Since we are missing a guest, may I please request the Chief Minister, if you could be here, it'd be very kind. Sir, dil bada hoga logon ko, aa jaiye.
Now, Mr. Rashid Ali, who's the Secretary, Tourism and Officer of Gilgit-Baltistan's District Management Services, is now going to present a movie. Let's see what he has to say, and then he's going to present his presentation. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Respected Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers and Secretaries of Government of Gilgit-Baltistan, respected guests of Pakistan Business Council, all interested investors who have come with an interest to invest in Gilgit-Baltistan, all other well-wishers who are connected online across the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very warm good afternoon. My job has been made easy as you do not have to bear with me with a long presentation and slides. I'll just say a few words and then a movie is going to be shown to you. And then of course we have got our Chief Minister who have already spoken well, and then he can assist us in responding to your questions. You see, some of the introduction has already been given by the previous speakers, and in the video about the beauty, potential, and areas of Gilgit-Baltistan. I was thinking to explain about the specific potential and investment opportunities in the sector of tourism, but it will come in the discussion. So I'll just cut my speech short, and in the end, I'd like to say that Gilgit-Baltistan happens to be such a wonderful place on earth, which is wild in the sense that the gifts of nature are there as they are. Yet it would be a beautiful tourist destination if your positive contribution with meaningful investment makes it accessible to the people around the world who love the wonders of creature, wilderness of nature, and come and see that part of the world. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, no. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch a short movie clip prepared by the Department of Tourism of Gilgit-Baltistan.
Depict different scenes and hundreds of inscriptions. The carvings are thought to be over.
Do you know the feeling? Somehow, even without having ever been there, I seem to already know its colors and be familiar with its tastes and sounds. Maybe I was here in a past life when I first stepped upon the soil. All of these visions were in fact true. I was back.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for your remarks, Mr. Rashid Ali. And now I would like to give the mic to Mr. Raja Nasser. The mic is right there, if you could kindly take it and say a few words in a short time, and then we'll move on to the other panelists.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Honorable guest, Honorable Chief Minister Gilgit-Baltistan, or our team. We are so happy to today organizing this event. We are advertising Gilgit-Baltistan. What is the opportunity in Gilgit-Baltistan? We are so happy to see many investors right now to taking interest from their heart, with passion to serve invest on these areas. We are most welcome to you, all of you. We have lot potentials. We have many beauty attractions, natural beauties in these areas. You can enjoy the greenness, you can enjoy the mountains, you can enjoy the cold deserts, we can enjoy the culture. We have three kinds of the tourism. We have the adventure tourism, we have culture tourism, we have the religionic tourism. And we are in future, will be the best destination in the world for the tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minister of Tourism Raja Nasser, for your remarks. We will hopefully be the best tourism industry in the future. Now, Ms. Dilshad Bano, the Parliamentary Secretary Tourism, I would like you to kindly take the mic and say a few words about your remarks on this.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। जैसा कि हमारे मिनिस्टर साहब ने कहा कि इतनी खूबसूरत हमारी गिलगित बल्तिस्तान है कल्चर के हवाले से, और हमारे गिलगित बल्तिस्तान अल्लाह ताला ने ऐसा खूबसूरत बनाया है, कोई नेचुरल आप लोगों को नज़र नहीं आएगा। जितना भी टूरिस्ट है, जितना आप वहाँ काम करना चाहते हैं गिलगित बल्तिस्तान हुकूमत के साथ, इंशाल्लाह आप आए और हमारे खूबसूरत गिलगित बल्तिस्तान को आप ज़रूर विज़िट करें और आप लोगों को मज़ा आएगा। जैसा कि मैं इस फोरम के से कहूँगी, इंटरनेशनल लेवल से भी जो आना चाह रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह गिलगित बल्तिस्तान की आप लोग ज़रूर विज़िट करें। कल्चर के हवाले से और हर लिहाज से हमारे लोग अच्छे हैं और इज़्ज़त देने वाले हैं, और इंशाल्लाह आप लोगों को मज़ा आएगा। आप आएँ और ज़रूर इंशाल्लाह।
Mr. Amir, if you could kindly translate that for our audience as well and our investors.
Well, just to save time, I think what she's saying is come invest in Gilgit-Baltistan. Otherwise, you're going to miss the opportunity of a lifetime.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
You're going to miss an opportunity of the lifetime. Now, Deputy Chief Planning and Development, Ms. Najma, if you could kindly say a few words on this.
Hi, everyone. As we've seen, Gilgit-Baltistan is one of the most beautiful area in the world. And it offers so much potential for the investors, particularly in the tourism sector. Government of Gilgit-Baltistan wants to develop tourism sector to explore and identify new livelihood opportunities and income generation opportunities for the people of Gilgit-Baltistan. And definitely, government of GB wants to develop strategies to develop quality of tourism in Gilgit-Baltistan and also diversify tourism in Gilgit-Baltistan. Currently, most of our tourism is more focused on landscaping, sightseeing, and we have so much potential in other areas like winter tourism, water sports, adventure tourism, agro-tourism, cultural tourism. And Gilgit-Baltistan has so much potential for organic food. So there's potential for the investors in food processing, and many areas in the agriculture sector in value addition. So we welcome each and every investor to visit GB and invest in GB. Thank you.
Absolutely, a lot of potential over here as well. And now, of course, we have to go to question answers, only 2 to 4 questions. However, Amir, I think let's make it more
I'm going to
interactive.
make this show a bit more interesting with your permission, of course. I'm going to go around the tables, but I think to network, one first has to know who's there. So I'm going to go to all tables and just do a quick set of intros. May I start with this table, please?
My name is Shazia Sheikh and I'm into yacht rentals, luxury yacht charters. So
A very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. And this is Dr. Sheikh. We are into agriculture machinery manufacturing and agro-based businesses. And as per our meeting with Raja Saab, it takes a huge potential in Gilgit-Baltistan. And we're looking forward for that. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I'm not taking questions. I'm just going to see interesting faces around the room and I'm going to have them introduced. Ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ramzia and I'm indeed from Tajikistan. I'm representing industrial promotion services of the Aga Khan Fund for Economic Development. We work in renewable energy and rural electrification.
Welcome from Tajikistan.
Khubast. And the gentleman here.
Thank you very much. I'm Ofarid Mitronov. We are together with Ramzia today, and we are looking for opportunities in bringing our experience of clean energy in the mountainous region. Thank you.
Gentlemen, for those of you who don't know Agro-Business, you have to understand that this is a region where IPS has been operating. They have recently procured a loan from the World Bank. They are ever expanding. They run a sub of the Barke-Tojiki, the sub network of that in that area. So they are very experienced working with communities. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, quick introduction.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wang from Power China, a Chinese state-owned company. Our company's business is power construction and infrastructure construction. And we have many projects under construction in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, there's a lot of interest here. So let me see if I cannot circle and find somebody. There's a gentleman who is desperately wanting. This is not a time for questions, just quick intros.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Farman Karim. Professionally, I'm a civil engineer. Past 15 years, I'm working here as a senior engineer. Well, today I feel proud that we have a chief minister like Mr. Khurshid, the minister, the secretaries. Bravo, absolutely. You guys are, brilliant. Today I feel proud after 15 years. Well, okay.
Yeah, I'll bet him. We'll give you a full stage here. Okay.
Let me tell you, let me express myself because it was after 15 years, Thank you. The second thing is, since I'm working in the field of construction, I'm interested to build cluster houses like townhouses in Gilgit-Baltistan. So because we have an ecosystem, we have tremendous landscape, epic landscape, so which is being destroyed by haphazard constructions. We need to regularize, we need to put a hold on them, we need to put some sort of a planning that these haphazard construction is dangerous for our future economy, because the people come just to visit to see the landscape of our area, not the haphazard buildings. So I'm interested to build townhouses. So I have a question regarding where's the procedure. So what are the steps, what are the procedure to build townhouses in Gilgit-Baltistan? Thank you so much. Brilliant. Once again.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a very good offer. May I just request, for the sake of time, there is a Q&A session. This is just to get introduced to faces, but now we have townhouses coming up. May I just request again the gentleman here. Sir, would you just quickly introduce yourself and why are you here?
My name is Abrar Malik. I'm not a business or a investor. I was invited here from my friend. I'm a captain with Emirates Airline. I'm a pilot for the last 17 years. And it is very inspiring. I was flying for Pakistani Airlines before for 14 years. I have personally flown into Gilgit, Skardu, Chitral, and I assure you those are the best places to visit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are hoping for direct flights going into Skardu, right, Chief Minister? Very soon. So the captain should play his role in convincing CA. May I just go to this table? There was a lady and a gent who have been very interested. Please, quick intros. That's it.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Faizan. I'm here to look for the tourism opportunities in GB.
We have already had some investments and we are looking for the more opportunities that we can think of, and we can work with the government side by side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Faizan, and the lady, are you part of the group?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you. My name is Natasha Faizan. I live here in the UAE by profession. I am a special needs educator, and I'm a co-investor with my husband in Gilgit-Baltistan in tourism department. And I'm soon moving back to Pakistan and hoping and planning to work for the children with special needs in Gilgit-Baltistan.
We will warmly
Thank you
welcome
very
back.
much. The gentleman here with the very, very dark beard. Quick introduction.
Thank you. My name is Farkhulvi. I'm the CEO of AA Mining. We are into the Pakistan business. We are telecom operator investing in telecom. We have invested in GB in mining sector. So we are very happy. So thank you very much, sir.
Sir, quickly.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohsen Syed. I am a consultant to the Gilgit-Baltistan government in developing special economic zone. So if anybody is interested to set up factories for pulp processing, fruit processing, mining, and granite processing, please contact me and I can assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohsen Bhai. We've actually talked on the phone. I have just aged, so you can't recognize me. Good to have you here. May I now come back to the gents' question, Chief Minister Saab? Maybe if you can, anyone in the tourism sector can take the mic. Basically, they're wondering about what processes do people who want to invest in tourism and related peripheral activities, where do they go? Maybe Radha Saab, you can start on that.
Sir, once again, your question, please.
Yeah, so basically, Raza, people are wondering what are the basic processes. So irrespective, tourism related sectors, like, there's going to be need for people to stay. There's going to be need for hotels. There's going to be need for the actual activities. So they're saying, what are the basic steps if you want to come to GB?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, that's true. Just now we had the question from you, and another guy from is asking about the mushroom growth construction. And that's really not good the sign for us. We are focusing right now in Gilgit-Baltistan on town planning. We had many projects on the master plannings. We want to see the Gilgit-Baltistan in future, how we manage the system, how we manage the flow on the areas. We are focusing on, especially on town management plannings and sustainable tourism. We are focusing on those areas. We don't want to repeat the stories we had in Pakistan, many places in the tourist flow. So we are looking forward. We are looking for to facilitate the tourists, but we want to be a good way how to provide the especially hospitality for the people, those areas, and we are going to build our hospitality institute too in Gilgit-Baltistan to serve more good hospitality for the tourists. And we have coming mountaineering and rock climbing institutes also for the adventure tourism. We have many options, many plannings is coming in future. We are planning to, we ban a little bit on the problem because we need to be the legislations, we need to be the some areas to planning on the how to build the hotels, which area is the specific for the tourist. We have many plannings on tourism. So we are focusing for the future, the good tourism in Gilgit-Baltistan.
Okay, I would like to reply the question. And the question was, what are the processes if you want to build a small society or town? Okay, I'll give you the process and then I will explain our priorities, what we want to do. The process is very simple. Gilgit-Baltistan Assembly has passed an act called Cities Act. Wherever we want to build a new city or a society, we can create a special authority, and that authority will pass the master plan which a private group or the government wants to build, and once it's approved, it can be implemented. Saying that, we, as I said, we are a society with just 2,500,000 houses, families. So it's not really very big. It is. Right now, the issue you pointed is the mushroom growth is a serious problem in most of the cities. But for us in 73,000 square kilometers, 250,000 houses still can be managed. And this is the right time. And that's why in my speech, I was saying that why I'm excited is we want to have a dream for GB, and this is the dream, that we want to correct our development for the future, and this has to be now. This is the right time. It can be done now because we don't have any big buildings apart from two cities, Sikardu and Gilgit. We don't have many big cities, and even the houses is around like 60 to 70,000, not more than 60 to 70,000 houses in each city. So it can be managed even in this situation. And if we can control it now, we can create a Gilgit-Baltistan, a different Gilgit-Baltistan, which the world wants to see. And about the societies, I guess, what our dream is, we are not into societies and, housing societies, just like in any other area. We have Bahria, we have DHA, we have seen Dubai. What we want to create is, we have 1,000 villages, small villages with not more than 200 households, with a huge landscape and beautiful valleys. We want to create a village resort with natural, the local cultural themed houses, small restaurants. We would like a big 5-star hotel with 500 houses, but we will prefer a village spread over 500 rooms and with the same standard 7-star or 5-star hotel. So everybody will be, profiting, benefiting from that organization. And the person, the individual who is tired of big cities, big roads, luxury cars, they can come to Gilgit-Baltistan, they can see the beauty. You will enjoy the excellent service, even better than the 7-star. But as I told you, it doesn't matter we are 7 stars or 6-star or 5-star, but we want to keep the standard. But what we want to offer is what God created Gilgit-Baltistan. We don't want to offer Dubai or Singapore or New York. We want to offer you the Gilgit-Baltistan. We want to write our own story.
Wonderful.
We are here to write our own story rather than copying a story. We might copy the techniques, the strategies through which they have created the big cities, but we want the partners who have excelled in these sectors, and we want partners who are looking for a long-term partnership and who want to be part of the family of Gilgit-Baltistan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Who want to be the part of the family? A round of applause, please. Okay, so we are going to take only 2 questions because we're short on time. I'm going to take a question from this gentleman and then that gentleman. Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much. My name is Shafi Sharifi. I am from the Aga Khan Fund for Economic Development. My question today is creating the enabling environment for investment in the energy sector. For us in Tajikistan, for example, in 2002, less than 10% of the population had access to clean and reliable energy. We formed a partnership with the government of Tajikistan, and today over 98% of the Badakhshan province of Tajikistan has access to clean and reliable energy. And we're trying to replicate the same thing in Gilgit, being geographically similar, the same environment. However, our experiences have shown that in certain places, oftentimes community-based politics or resistance, discourage some investors. Is there anything that the government of GB, any mechanisms they could set up in place to help investors in terms of any issues with community-based politics or problems to make sure that support the investors? Thank you very much.
Well, this is very important. I'll repeat the question, what I understood you want to ask, that there are some local community issues because of which the investment or the project is delayed and which shakes the confidence of the investor, right? Okay. Okay, that's the perfect question. And when someone said that if you want to do something, you have to think first that why it failed before. And then if you get the answer of that question, you can do it right the next time. So, as I said, the Gilgit-Baltistan community was isolated, and we are interdependent, and the customs, the tradition still goes on. And there's a difference between the government approach and the community approach. I'm born in a village. I live there. I see my forests, my meadows, my river as my own part of life, as my own property. So, but the government, in their documents, they manage the resources, they manage the land. So, if you remember in my speech, I said that whatever the business you will do, you will go in the partnership with the community, and that's what we are bringing. So, we are developing a local government, which is an organic local government of Gilgit-Baltistan, making a village government. So if you want to invest a resort, if you want to create a village resort, in different part of the world, you have to purchase the land first. But in Gilgit-Baltistan, the product we are offering, if we are successful, you will get maybe free land, but you will get the villages as the partner, because they have the land, they have the resources, you have the investment, and you have the expertise. So with this partnership, you can create an outstanding model for the rest of the world, where the local community is profiting, the investor is profiting, the local community, before they were creating the problems, but with this partnership, they will be the protector of the investor, of the investment, and they will be the guardians as well. So that's what we are proposing to the investors.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister Saab. Sorry to interrupt you. Just a second. The next session, which is going to start immediately, Mr. Sharifi, is on renewable energy. And I think the difference you will find between Badakhshan and Tajikistan, Sharifi Saab, and GB is that GB wants the community as a partner. And we want to be very clear that in GB, the communities, both at the Union Council level and sometimes even at the village level, are registered organizations under Section 42 and are companies that can actually work with other companies, unlike other parts of the world. These companies have their own savings. If you want to see a model, I think Mansoor Dharani knows, you know him very well. Ahmedabad Utility since 1999 is a showcase. Can we actually now please request to change the panel? So maybe if you can,
wonderful.
Chief Minister, aapse
You can
request
ask
aapna jayega. If you can stay,
Wonderful.
we want to move to the renewable energy.
Wonderful. Let's move to the renewable energy. The Chief Minister is kindly requested to stay seated. Now, thank you to the panelists for coming here and answering the questions and giving your remarks as well. Now, we're going to talk about renewable energy, a very, very significant matter as well. Wonderful. Okay, so the presentation, the chair of this session would be Mr. Zafar Wakar Taj, who is the Secretary, Water and Power. And kindly, I request you to come on stage and sit. He is the officer of Gilgit-Baltistan's District Management Service and currently working as a Secretary, Water and Power, GB. Thank you, Mr. Zafar Wakar Taj, for coming in and joining us. Now, with them, the panelists will be Minister of Planning, Development, Information, Mr. Fataullah Khan. Welcome, and kindly, if you could go to the stage. Thank you. The other panelist would be the Minister, Water and Power, Mushtaq Ahmed. If you could also kindly join the panel on the stage, that would be wonderful. Thank you. And the last one is Miss Aisha Khurshid, who is the Deputy Chief Works of Gilgit-Baltistan. If you could also kindly join the panelists on the stage, and we shall commence our renewable energy sectoral session. A huge round of applause, please, for all those who are joining. Wonderful. If now Mr. Zafar Vakar Taj could give the presentation, commence the presentation, and say a few words as well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Minister Gilgit-Baltistan, respected ministers, government functionaries, interested investors, and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. As the Chief Minister Saab in his speech already told, that GB is stretched over about 93,000 square kilometers, having the largest concentration of glaciers outside the polar regions, and that constitutes about 27% of its total area. And Gilgit-Baltistan serves as water bank for the rest of the country. The mighty Indus, along with its 6 tributaries, has an identified potential of over 60,000 megawatts of hydropower alone. Feasibility studies of many projects stand completed, and the projects are ready for execution. In addition to that, we do have potential for solar as well as wind energies. Currently, the Water and Power Department GB is responsible to cater for the energy needs of the region. The department has an installed capacity of 185 megawatts, and 87% of the capacity consists of hydropower. As the Chief Minister further explained in his speech, that the region is off the national grid, but the national grid is planned to reach at the doorsteps of Gilgit-Baltistan by 2029. That is soon after the completion of the Amar Basha Dam power project, which is already under execution, under implementation by the WABDA. Currently, when we look at the national energy mix, about 66% of the national energy mix of Pakistan consists of non-renewable resources, and the NTDC has already planned to cut short the non-renewable sources by 2030. Hence, it is the right time for the investors to step in for a better rate of return, rate of investment, as the GB has potential of hundreds of thousands of megawatts in hydro, solar, as well as the wind, and the national grid is also expected by 2030. So by the time the projects started today get completed, there will be a consumer, a purchaser at the doorsteps. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a list of projects which is already, a USB in soft form as well as in print form. Hard material has been put in bags for you people. I'll request my team to, present or offer that material, promotional material, to each of the interested investors. And our contact numbers, mailing address, as well as email ID and phone numbers are also in soft and hard form both. So interested investors can contact the Water and Power Department, Gilgit-Baltistan, as and when they deem fit. You are most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Staj, for that wonderful presentation. Kindly. A better round of applause, I believe. Thank you, audience. Wonderful. Now, if we could go to the Minister of Planning, Development and Information, Mr. Fataullah Khan, for a brief comment. Okay, let's show a movie first, and then we'll take the brief comments. Let's show the movie.
Humanity today is facing a man-made disaster of a global scale. Our greatest threat in 1,000 years, climate change. Climate change impacted every aspect of social, economic, and environmental well-being. With our planet at the brink of an enormous climatic crisis, the world has started investing in renewable energy. The green way seems to be the only way. Gilgit-Baltistan is heaven for some of the largest glaciers on planet Earth. These glaciers are essential for the climatic stability and are a source of fresh water for a large population. The water bodies of the region carry an endless opportunity for green power generation. Gilgit-Baltistan is emerging as a hub for clean energy generation through hydro, solar, and wind resources. As an enabler of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, Gilgit-Baltistan is becoming Pakistan's key economic and technological zone, thus a heaven for investors. The increasing significance of green energy makes the power sector the center of sustainable development. Water and Power Development Authority, WAPDA, identified potential of over 40,000 megawatts through hydropower energy generation. Only a fraction of the capacity is utilized. The golden opportunity is yet to be tapped. The Water and Power Department, Gilgit-Baltistan, has put significant efforts in conducting feasibility studies for several hydropower projects throughout Gilgit-Baltistan. With rivers flowing through the gigantic mountains of Gilgit-Baltistan, the potential of power generation is never ending. The feasibility studies for the regional power grid are completed, which aims to circulate electricity to the rest of the country and beyond. The government of Gilgit-Baltistan is welcoming investments through business-friendly policies and business facilitation. As a tax-free zone, the region offers attractive returns on large-scale investments. Gilgit-Baltistan welcomes you to invest in the power sector. Let's grab the golden opportunity to succeed together.
Now, if we could have Mr. Fataullah Khan to kindly say a few words.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is a great opportunity for Gilgit-Baltistan government to be here with you people. And there are many opportunities in Gilgit-Baltistan to invest. So this is, I think, ice-breaking for this government to present, to offer our opportunities in front of the investors from various sectors. So in industry where throughout Gilgit-Baltistan, Indus River is crossing and 3 provinces are irrigating from that water. But before this government, all governments has been failed to make or to construct run of the river projects, especially because the only solution for clean energy is the run of the river projects. This government, in the leadership of Chief Minister Khalid Khurshid Khan, a 20 megawatt run of the river project has been tendered, and that is going to be start after March or April. So many other projects have been, I mean, studied. More than 300 or 400 megawatt power projects have been studied. Only the investors, I think, we need to produce clean energy in Gilgit-Baltistan. And as far as SDGs are concerned, no poverty, affordable clean energy, and industry innovation and infrastructure and climate action. These are the opportunities which a person, if anyone has interested to spend your money in Gilgit-Baltistan and earn money from there. So we are here to provide you the environment, the protection, and each and everything, the ease of business. The government is here in front of you. We are the we give you surety to give you best environment in Gilgit-Baltistan. Rest of the country, I think the crime-less area is the Gilgit-Baltistan. The hospitality, we are famous in hospitality.
Absolutely.
So we offer you people to come to Gilgit-Baltistan, and at least your visit must be there before your investment. So we offer you to visit Gilgit-Baltistan first, look at yourself, what is there in power, tourism, agriculture. Many opportunities are there. So
Many
thank you.
opportunities are there. Thank you so much. If you could, okay, CM.
I would like to add something. Thank you, Fatullah. We offer you some unique opportunity. You know, if as an investor, if you want to produce something, electricity or any other product, the first question that comes to your mind is how much I'll be able to sell it and who will buy it. So we as a government give you guarantee that we will buy it from you for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, because we are in short of electricity. Secondly, you don't have to be the big investor. You know, you don't have to think about even 20 megawatt. Because if we create a centralized electricity hydro project, then we have to take it all the way across the glaciers and to the other part of Gilgit-Baltistan. What we offer is go for 5 megawatt, 3 megawatt, start with $3 million investment, sign up with the government, we will purchase it. And most exciting thing is you can tell to the world that we are investing in a part of world where there is no electricity in some areas, and they are cutting forests because the people living in that area is minus 25 degrees centigrade and there is heavy snow. So if I don't have electricity and I'm living in minus temperature, I'll cut trees. So with this project, you are fulfilling a SDG code as well, social development goals. You're achieving, you're working for the community. That is a personal satisfaction, and you are doing the business, you are producing electricity, and you have a guaranteed customer. And you don't have to go for the big projects. You can start with 2 megawatt, 1 megawatt, 5 megawatt, and you can go up as much as you can. Thank you.
A wonderful opportunity indeed. Thank you so much for that. Now, Minister of Water and Power, I would request you to say a few words in the interest of time. Mr. Mushtaq Ahmed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. पावर प्रोजेक्ट लगाने के लिए गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में काफ़ी मौके मौजूद है। वो आप लोगों से मेरी दरख्वास्त है कि गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में बिजली की पैदावार को बढ़ाने के लिए आप लोग आए और हमारी मदद करें। और अमन के हवाले से गिलगित बल्तिस्तान पुरअमन इलाका है। शुक्रिया।
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask the Deputy Chief Works, Gilgit-Baltistan, Ms. Aisha Khurshid, to say a few words, kindly.
Good evening, everyone. Everything has said so far, and I don't think there is any more guarantee can be given to you except this panel. We have Minister of Planning and Development, we have Chief Executive and Minister Water and Power himself. I just want to add that since 2019, COVID-19, lifestyle, not only lifestyles has changed, but style of doing business has changed. You know, seminars has become webinars, education has gone online. Even you find a doctor on, e-doctor, e-medicine has started. All these things need internet and connectivity, and without energy, you cannot provide uninterrupted connectivity. And our government is very determined to work on energy sector, but not at a cost of environment, not at a cost of our future generation. And we currently provide, GB currently provides 40,000 megawatt production of energy as a potential. So it's a very big area, and this government is very determined to provide not only green energy, renewable energy, sustainable energy, as well as uninterrupted energy. So I think this is the best time to join hands with Gilgit-Baltistan, government of Gilgit-Baltistan, for its future development and future prospects of new adventures and ventures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the forward-looking thinking that we're looking for at this forum as well and at this conference. Now, before taking on only 3 questions, we're only going to take 3 questions. I'm going to ask a few of you, 1, 2, or 3 of you, to introduce yourselves. So there's a lady right over here. If you could kindly introduce yourself and let us know why, what made you come here.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Cindy, come from China Mobile International, and China Mobile has invested the vendor set park. So that's why I come here and to know about what your situation and what's Pakistan's and the terrorism or some economy. That's why I come here. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful to have you as well. And now I'm going to go at the back because, of course, the back shouldn't stay unattended as well. What are you here for, and what's your short introduction?
My name is Rabia Shokit. I've been here in UAE since almost 2013 and been connected with the hospitality industry here in the UAE and other GCC countries. So I'm here to find out more about Gilgit-Baltistan and my country, Pakistan, to see how I can help the hospitality and tourism sector. As a Chief Minister said a while back that he would be happy to have strategic alliances and partnerships with people who have excelled in this industry outside Pakistan. So I'm here to explore those opportunities where I can offer help and advisory to my country. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. We are very happy to have you. We're here as well. And now I see a gentleman right there, and I would like him to tell a little about himself and give a little introduction. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you so much. My name is Adnan. I was invited to attend this event. I am very much curious to explore different opportunities and to have a better understanding about this great region. And I am very thankful for the kind invitation. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, lovely to have you here. Now we're going to ask for 3 questions. If kindly people could raise their hands. Okay, so we have had 1, and I'm going to ask you a question, and I need another question if anybody has it. Here we go.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. What a wonderful day. Our Chief Minister, first time representing the GB here. So we already talked about tourism, lot of. The first thing for how the people will reach there for tourism. Only the problem is the weather. Sometimes the flights are delayed. So our group is interested in the chartered flights. So what are the operating licensed flights, routes, and charter services? And is there anything about investment guarantee? So that's what my questions, if you can answer.
Thank you very much for such an important question during energy session. Okay. There is normal procedure, just like any other country. We have an authority called Civil Aviation Authority. If you want to start an airline business, you have to apply. And if you want to charter an aeroplane to go to Gilgit-Baltistan, as I told, we have 2 airports and one is already international airport. So either you take plan from international country or you take chartered plan from any airline services. They are offering chartered plan. You decide the rent and then you charter. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shafi Tabani. I have a question regarding this renewable energy. You have said that government is ready to buy back the agreement. So is it a bankable document? Is any international bank is backing this document?
You are asking about sovereign guarantee or bank guarantees? Bank guarantee from the government side. I'm not sure that there will be any bank guarantee, but there are some projects in federal that the federal government signed and they gave sovereign guarantee. But with us, as I said, that our job is and we will purchase the electricity and the investor will create the electricity. And for him to create the electricity, we will give him the opportunity of a site to build a hydro project. And then there will be the agreement between 2 parties, and both parties will bound on certain terms and conditions acceptable for the both parties and which will be binding on the both parties and which can be implemented by any court of law. And that agreement will be guaranteed by the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. And that's how we are looking to take. But if there are any bank guarantees, if a good party is involved or they are looking for it, we can discuss, but we haven't signed any agreement with the bank guarantees. But I'm sure we can address any security issues regarding the investment, and we want to make sure that the investment is completely confident on the investment in Gilgit-Baltistan. Thank you.
Razia from ARY News. CM Sab, yeah. CM Sab, हम हमेशा आपसे बात करते रहते, but what I wanted to ask today was, why are you not promoting Gilgit-Baltistan as a filming destination? We have seen UAE has done this very successfully. We have a lot of Hollywood films and Turkish dramas and other people filming here. So your scenery is very beautiful. Would you be promoting it to people who want to film there?
Well, it's a very good question. When I met Turkish ambassador, and he said, what can I do for you, Chief Minister? I said, if you can shoot 1 or 2 episodes of Ertugrul in Gilgit-Baltistan, I'll be very happy. If you have seen movies, Legends of the Fall or a few others, but it's even Lords of the Ring, where the movies are picturized in New Zealand, you will see a better scenery and the better location, and you will find the best locations in Gilgit-Baltistan and much better than it's shown in these movies. But attracting the international media and movies, I would like first to see the national movies coming to Gilgit-Baltistan. What do you say about that?
Wonderful. We hope that art and culture prevails, and absolutely we have to promote that as well. And we're hopeful that this government is going to promote. Thank you so much to the esteemed panel for coming and discussing. It was wonderful to have you. A huge round of applause for this panel on renewable energy. Now we're going to start our next sectoral session. And this session is going to be on the natural resources, trade, and industries, a very, very significant topic. And this is right before the tea break, of course. So this is our last sectoral session before the impact investment, a very important segment of this conference. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Khalid Hussain, who is the Officer of Gilgit-Baltistan District Management Services, currently serving as Secretary, Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries, Gilgit-Baltistan, to kindly come on the stage. Mr. Khalid Hussain, wonderful. Thank you for coming and welcome to this conference as well. I would also like to call the Senior Minister, Trade and Industry, Colonel Ubaid, to kindly come on the stage as well. Colonel Ubaid, thank you for coming. Now, Minister Agriculture, Kazim Misam, if you could kindly come on the stage as well, that would be wonderful.
They told me that if you clap, it improves your blood circulation. Come on, guys.
And lastly, the Deputy Chief Planning and Development, Gilgit-Baltistan, Ali Jabbar, if you could also kindly come on the stage and join the panel. Wonderful. A huge round of applause for this new panel.
Ali Jabbar has been a force behind the investment group virtually with us.
I feel like the energy is going a little low. What should we do about that, Amir?
I don't know. Get them to jump on their chairs.
I believe that we should give a huge round of applause to your own selves. Give yourselves a round of applause. Wonderful. Let's start this now. Mr. Khadim Hussain, I was likely, kindly, if you could come, and I would like you to start this session, open the session.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Minister Gilgit-Baltistan, respected guest, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Indeed, it's been a very positive and fruitful session here in Dubai regarding investment opportunities in Gilgit-Baltistan. The speakers, particularly, I would say the Chief Minister Gilgit-Baltistan represented Gilgit-Baltistan in the most befitting and appropriate manner. And after that insight speech, I won't say that anything left for us to say anything, but still, we would like to represent Gilgit-Baltistan, its sectors, its areas that have the potential for the world community to come and have their investments and have their say in Gilgit-Baltistan. Before moving further, I would like to present the 2-3 documentaries so that we could have a visual effect. Please, agriculture.
Could we kindly play the documentary?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going to do next?
I believe there should be an activity after this to build up the energy.
Yeah, I think there is going to be a round of questions, but Chief Minister, with your permission, if I can tell you see, ladies and gentlemen, we are all talking about tourism, we're talking about energy.
Yeah, we would like to show you 2-3 clips of our sectors.
Please go ahead.
Gilgit-Baltistan, home to the largest mountain ranges of the world, is situated in the extreme north of Pakistan. Doorway to China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, hosting some of the largest water resources on the planet. Gilgit-Baltistan is the water bank of Pakistan. The region is a distinctive custodian of the largest glaciers.
Known as the roof of the world, the heaven on earth. In the north of Pakistan, there is Gilgit-Baltistan. Gilgit-Baltistan is home to Pakistan's natural resources. The largest glaciers outside the polar region and the highest mountain ranges on Earth. It is blessed with a cool and dry climate and abundant water resources, thus providing opportunities to produce agricultural crops in a pest and disease-free environment. This natural endowment is the custodian of unique fruits, vegetables, and the finest medicinal crops and herbs. During the last 3 decades, due to exceptional efforts of the government and non-government organizations, the region is able to produce apricots, apples, cherries, pears, and nuts in large quantities. Production of vegetables such as potatoes, peas, capsicum, and tomatoes has grown exponentially. Fresh and dried fruits of Gilgit-Baltistan have not only grasped the national markets, but also international markets, such as the Middle East, South Asia, and Europe. Sea buckthorn, buckwheat, barley, nut oils, and herbs are the most acquired produce of the region. These are being used in herbal medicines to cure cancer and other fatal diseases, hence promoting the scalability of the agricultural sector in Gilgit-Baltistan. Production, processing, and distribution of value-added agri-products are leading to sustainable development of businesses and communities. The cold and dry climate of Gilgit-Baltistan is ideal for higher yields. The government of Gilgit-Baltistan, playing its role as a catalyst, is encouraging and supporting global investors to invest in the agricultural sector of Gilgit-Baltistan. The vast lands of Gilgit-Baltistan welcomes you. Gilgit-Baltistan, motherland to one of the largest water reserves in the world, a haven for freshwater fishing. The water from these gigantic glaciers flows in the blue rivers of the region. Mother Nature complements these waters, giving it an exceptional capability of having perfect calibration of pH and minerals to nurture some of the most unique fish in the world. These rivers flow through the mountains dominated by trout and local fish breeds, swimming across treasures of the north. The beautiful water bodies of Gilgit-Baltistan are also the part of the breathtaking lakes comprising thousands of hectares between the world's highest peaks. The Department of Fisheries of Gilgit-Baltistan works as a pinnacle in taking advantage of these phenomenal waters by constructing farms all over the mountainous region. They have thrived in creating a fully functional structure of farming and incubation of a rare fish, the trout.
Now we're going to play a short film on mines.
Known for its rich culture and mighty peaks,
This is regarding mines and minerals in Gilgit-Baltistan.
Three of the largest mountain ranges in the world: the Karakoram, the Himalayas, and the Hindu Kush, all encircle the landscape of Gilgit-Baltistan like a necklace made of precious jewels. The innate beauty and geological importance of Gilgit-Baltistan is enhanced and enriched with the rich deposits of minerals, gemstones, industry rocks, and metals, all available abundantly. The mineral deposits of Gilgit-Baltistan are ripe but unexplored. These deposits are the cornerstone of sustainable socio-economic growth of the region and the country. The journey towards sustainable development has begun. The government of Gilgit-Baltistan warmly welcomes large-scale investments with flexible policies.
Thank you very much for your ears and your eyes for these beautiful documentaries. In minerals mines industries, I would say that the incentive for the investors would be that we have two economic zones duly approved by the government. One is in Gilgit and the other is also in Gilgit. And the government is providing 10 years tax exemption for any investment, any development of work over there. So this is one thing that I would like to share with you. And beside that, for agroforestry interventions in Gilgit-Baltistan, Gilgit-Baltistan gives you a unique topographical marvel. That means anywhere on the road you are standing over there, you have 1,000 meters up to 8,000 meters of topographical different levels over there. So the climate over there is so conducive for agro and herbal products that would be a very unique thing in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khadim Hussain, for your remarks. Kindly, a huge round of applause for Mr. Khadim. Now, if I could request the Senior Minister, Trade and Industry, Colonel Obed, to kindly say a few words before we move to the other panelists.
Our respected, valued investors and well-wishers of Pakistan and Gilgit-Baltistan, Assalamu alaikum. The way you have participated today in this workshop, seminar, and you have shown your sweet and deep interest in developing various industries, in tourism, or in minerals, or in all the aspects. We are really grateful the way you have shown your interest, and we are hopeful that inshallah in times to come, you will come back to Pakistan and Gilgit-Baltistan in our development, you will contribute, and those all sectors which are really going to pay back in lesser time, that golden opportunity lies in Gilgit-Baltistan. As you know, Gilgit-Baltistan has a very unique location. It has very unique seasons, all the four, not but four, but we have 5 seasons. That is the monsoon as well. Whosoever wants to enjoy all the seasons and the nature lovers, they can come to Gilgit-Baltistan and see the nature, and you can easily see all those lengthiest Indus River, oldest civilization, and on the other hand, you can have much of the things which you require in developing your businesses in shorter time. With these words, I will not take more time, but inshallah, we all rise together in a harmony, and the government is also there to give you all those connections, all those facilities as a one window operation. This would be a great time to invest and develop the Pakistan and Gilgit-Baltistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel Obed. Now I would like to request the Minister of Agriculture, Kazim Misam, to kindly say a few words.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected guest, good evening. First of all, I would like to thank on the behalf of NRM sector, as Chief Minister addressed the comparative advantages of Gilgit-Baltistan, diversities of Gilgit-Baltistan, the potentials and opportunities in Gilgit-Baltistan, how potential and opportunities is in Gilgit-Baltistan. On the behalf of my sector, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, I would like to invite all of you in the sector of agriculture. As in Gilgit-Baltistan, we have mountain agriculture. Our fruits have a different taste, different colors, different nutritional values. Mostly, the largest production of Gilgit-Baltistan in fruits is apple, apricot, and cherry. The second thing is crops is very valuable and nutritional value it has. Mostly buckwheat is the cash crop and superfood in international market. You can invest in production side and also in value addition side. And as you know that Gilgit-Baltistan has freshwater bodies on I think 5,000 miles. So trout fish is the main production in fisheries department. So all of you, and another opportunity in Gilgit-Baltistan and potential has that the herbal plants, the medicinal plants has different types of medicinal plants in Gilgit-Baltistan. Many types of medicinal plants is still unidentified and unexplored. And another thing, I would like to invite all of you on vertical farming, vertical organic farming in Gilgit-Baltistan. And at the end, I would like to again request to you, all of you, that in Gilgit-Baltistan, there is a big opportunity in agri-tourism. As Chief Minister addressed on ecosystem and Gilgit-Baltistan's opportunity and potentials, we are facing a challenge regarding ecosystem and the glacier, melting glacier and global warming. To reduce this issue, you can also help us to protect these the environment, the tower of water tower of Pakistan. It will be helpful. It will be a great contribution towards humanity and towards Gilgit-Baltistan and towards Pakistan. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kazim Misam. Now, Deputy Chief Planning and Development, Gilgit-Baltistan, Mr. Ali Jafar, kindly, if you could take a few minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good evening to everyone, our distinguished investors and other guests. The topic is, our topic is NRM, Natural Resource Management Sector. Although it is a huge sector, it involves agriculture, forest, livestock, minerals, mining, and water resources. The topic given to us is agriculture. I think that Gilgit-Baltistan, beside its beauty and clean environment, has comparative advantages like it has less population, separate our 72,000 square kilometers. As earlier, Honorable Chief Minister has well said that we have potential lands for agriculture, forestry, and agroforestry. Now, what we are offering for investment, because this conference is meant for investment in this particular sector, we offer organic food for investors, production of organic foods, efficient agriculture techniques like modernization of agriculture, vertical farming, and irrigation and mechanization of agriculture. The second thing, you know that agri products are perishable. We need storage facilities to prolong the products of the agriculture, like fruits. Well, earlier said that fisheries, we have a potential in trout fish. Now that is a perishable commodity. We have to transport. We have to storage that in cold storage facilities. We can offer investors for investment in cold storage facilities and transportation facilities. Next, coming to the mineral and mining sector, it again has a huge potential. We need value addition in that sector, and that finished products should be sold and transported to the potential countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali Jabbar. Kindly a huge round of applause. Now, before going on to the question, that I'm going to ask this gentleman over here to kindly introduce himself.
Thank you, Ji. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Athar Imran. I am CEO of Spearheaded, which is a Laxon Group company. Glad to be here. We've been working with Rupani Foundation and GB government for a while, most importantly in the technology as well as in the agri and gemstones business. We hopefully will be starting an operation in Gilgit around setting up a BPO space with Rupani Foundation and its associated companies. So very glad. I think some of the MOUs that we're going to sign, us and some of the other group companies. So as part of Laxon Group, we're really proud to be here and proud to be partners with GB Invest. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. A pleasure having you over here. Now we're looking for certain questions. If anybody has a question. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Chief Minister, distinguished ministers on the stage, and dear guests. Actually, I don't have a question. I'm actually very nostalgic to see the video. You know, some poet, I think maybe 200-300 years before, he said, Garbaroe Firdose Zameen Ast, Hami Ast, Hami Ast, Hami Ast. It was, so it was actually because that time it was undivided Kashmir. So this was the part of that Kashmir, because I belong to Kashmir. So I thought my part of Kashmir is beautiful, but this is mind-blowing. What I'm seeing is it's an untold story. It has to be told, okay? So I will only ask you why it took so long to tell out this story. This story is beautiful. It should be told. I'm here, I'm a banker. I'm here to actually see if I can help to bring investors for your land. So that's why I'm here. But since I belong to this, so it's like I'm very, very much nostalgic, and it's like as if I wasn't home. When you were showing it, it's my home. Thank you.
Would the panelists like to answer this question? What took so long?
Thank you. Well, there is always the right time for every story to be told. I think this is the right time for Gilgit-Baltistan to write its own story, and we all are here to make it happen. As I said before, that Gilgit-Baltistan offers a unique opportunity, and investors are here, and many of you are ready to sign MOUs, I've been told. Apart from, you know, the thing that I'll prefer more is the expertise, your expertise in your service and the excellence you're bringing to Gilgit-Baltistan. Then we can talk about the investment, and that is the secondary part for me. You know, if you have the expertise and excellence and to aid up for the story that we are going to write for Gilgit-Baltistan, that will be great. And that's what we are actually looking here, to find the partners to write the story of Gilgit-Baltistan for coming 20, 30 years and give some unique thing to the world, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a quick question. We need to wrap this up. The energy is dying down. We're going to our last after the break. So please, just a minute.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my question is this regarding we are investing in your mining sector. Your GB government has conducted the survey of dimension stone, iron, and the copper. So Secretary Mines told us they hold those sites for the auctions. My question, when you are going to open those sites, because those studies is excellent reconnaissance, we need to explore further. So regarding this, and the second question, what is the tariff for the power sector? So we, on that basis, the people will calculate their ROI. Third questions, we are into telecom business. We are telecom operator in Pakistan. So do you have any policy or we have to come to through PTA? Thank you very much.
You have to contribute something to the dinner because you asked 2 extra questions. Let's make that point.
The panelists, if you could kindly answer.
About the minings, the copper and iron ore, you asked question. There's 2 things that we are interested. You know, of course, we want to generate the private sector, and Gilgit-Baltistan government wants to get revenue. But on the same time, we don't want to damage the environment. And mining is a department sector where you're going to cut your mountains, which is not very close to our heart, but we want to do the business on the standards that has been done in some successful mining countries. And Secretary Mining is already in the process to adopt the same model where both the investor and the government will benefit. So I'm sure it will mature very soon, and you will see the proper process going on. And as I said, that we are looking for a long-term partnership, and we are also thinking on the lines where, you know, we can give a large area for exploration for a company who has very good background of copper or iron, but at the same time, we want them to bring some, you know, expertise like copper refinery maybe, not even in, if Gilgit-Baltistan, we would like to say it in, you know, the sea banks of Karachi or Gwadar that can aid to the country. And if it's an addition to the country, Gilgit-Baltistan will benefit. And your second part was about the tariff of the electricity. As I said before, that we are not in the national grid. So we are an independent region, and we can fix the tariff is our desire, but not rest of the country because they are under WAPDA. So no other province can do what we can do. And we can even, you know, sign an agreement and purchase electricity from the investors. Plus, we can fix the tariff, whatever we think is suitable for the investment or for the investor or for the people. Right now, I'll tell you the tariff, it's around from 1 cent to 4 to 5 cents, because hydro in Gilgit is cheap. And we can raise it. If an investor comes, we can take it to 5 cents, 7 cents, 6 cents, depends on the agreement. But I'll tell you that the cheapest electricity, if you want to produce around the world, is Gilgit-Baltistan. There is a project of Bonji Dam where you can produce 9,500 megawatt electricity from one project, and the cost of the project is around $12 to $13 billion. So it's less than 1.5 million. Maybe it's $1.1 million for 1 megawatt. And if there is someone who has done hydro projects, he will know the figure, because on international it's now around $3 to $5 million is average for 1 megawatt, and Gilgit-Baltistan beats it by triple prices, 1 million for 1 megawatt. So We have very good projects which can which will interest you, I'm sure. And we have the feasibilities just outside if you want to see.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to burst the bubble here, but thank you. I thank all the panel for being here, and especially Chief Minister Saab, thank you for sitting through. The next session is actually the last session. It's on the actual investment side, and we have people joining us from Norway. The Honorary Council from Norway, Javad Mushtaq, is here. Could you just stand up and identify yourself? Thank you. We will be having that session, and after that will be the MOU signing ceremony. We have a lot of interest from people, so I would request all of you to please come back at 6:40, right? So please stretch your legs. This is going to be the last but very interesting session. Don't eat too much. There is a sumptuous dinner for some of us. So please do come back on time, 6:40.
But let's give a round of applause to the panelists first.
Gilgit-Baltistan, the land of opportunity, the island of peace, the jewel of Pakistan. A gateway which connected ancient empires along the Silk Route is today the doorway of Pakistan-China Economic Corridor, a game changer for many countries around the world. Home to more than 9 languages, Gilgit-Baltistan offers a unique flavor of traditions, hospitality, and solidarity. Rich in culture and arts, home to smiling and welcoming people. The region has emerged as one of the top tourist destinations in the world. Gilgit-Baltistan is the custodian of Pakistan's natural resources. Largest glaciers outside polar regions, highest mountain ranges on Earth, and richest mineral resources in the world. Gilgit-Baltistan is turning into a regional hub due to increased connectivity, improved infrastructures, and technology. Both men and women actively participate in the development and prosperity of the region. The government of Pakistan is welcoming and is keen for the development of the region. The land of opportunity is now opening doors for the world to explore its riches with responsibility.
Gilgit-Baltistan is home to significant historical and archaeological marvels. Whispers from bygone civilizations seem to echo across the mountains and valleys even today. These relics from the past attract tourists and lead scholars to discover deeper aspects of the region's history. Impressive archaeological sites are found in all major districts of the region. Chalas district has thousands of intricate rock inscriptions and petroglyphs along the river Indus, spread over nearly 10 kilometers. They date back to a long period of history between the 1st century BC and the 7th century AD. The Thalpan sand plains are considered the most important site with these relics. The boulders here depict Buddhist themes, stupas, sun symbols, animal figures like horses and ibex, hunting scenes, battle axes, and inscriptions in the Brahmi script. The altar rock and the rock of the first sermon are particularly famous. More inscriptions are found at the Hodor and Shingnala sites. The Chalas rock carvings reflect Tibetan and Gandhara influences in their style. They continue to attract the attention of scholars and researchers. Buddhist influences in Gilgit-Baltistan's history are embodied in multiple well-known archaeological sites. The Mantal Buddha near Skardu is prominent among these. It is a sculpture of the Buddha carved on a huge boulder facing the Sabhara River. The central figure is accompanied by two standing vicegerent figures on each side and is surrounded all around by 20 disciples. A Tibetan inscription is also visible beneath the figures. The carving dates back to the 9th century, a relic of Baltistan's Buddhist and Bon history. About 35 kilometers from Skardu, ruins of a Buddhist monastery and stupas are the main attractions in Shigar. There are rocks and boulders which portray hundreds of carvings of animals and humans, along with inscriptions in Kharoshthi and Brahmi. The stupas reflect a Tibetan style. Carved figures of the Buddha on a huge flat-faced boulder overlook the Shigar River. These standing figures of Tibetan features resemble the Mantal Buddha. Buddhist themes and local lore have merged in the Karka Buddha, about 12 kilometers from Gilgit city. It is a standing Buddha figure carved into a cliff face. It is depicted in the Abe Mudra pose, representing protection and peace. Yet, local legend interprets the figure as a man-eating giantess or witch pinned to the cliff by a holy man as punishment. The figure was originally positioned within a niche, but now remains fully exposed. It has been sculpted in the Tibetan style and dates back to the 7th century. Brahmi inscriptions dating from the 6th century are also located in Hisar district. They are known as the Hatun royal inscriptions. These are 6 lines of Proto-Sarada carved into stone. Their subject is the local royal family, their titles, and their conquests. A variety of petroglyphs are also seen on the sacred rocks of Ganesh and Hunza along the Karakoram highway. They show ibex figures and inscriptions in Kharoshthi, Brahmi, and Sagodia. The place is locally known as Haldekish, which means the site of the ibex. 4 main sections of the huge rock depict different scenes and hundreds of inscriptions. The carvings are thought to be over 1,000 years old. Gilgit-Baltistan has been part of many civilizations whose material traces are still visible today. These fascinating archaeological remains add further interest to this unique region. The ideas of ancient people still speak to us through their art. The mountains remain witness to human life that once flourished among them. Do you know the feeling?
Somehow, even without having ever been there, I seem to already know its colors and be familiar with its tastes and sounds. Maybe I was here in a past life when I first stepped upon the soil. All of these visions were in fact true. I was back.
Humanity today is facing a man-made disaster of a global scale. Our greatest threat in 1,000 years, climate change. Climate change impacted every aspect of social, economic, and environmental well-being. With our planet at the brink of an enormous climatic crisis, the world has started investing in renewable energy. The green way seems to be the only way. Gilgit-Baltistan is heaven for some of the largest glaciers on planet Earth. These glaciers are essential for the climatic stability and are a source of fresh water for a large population. The water bodies of the region carry an endless opportunity for green power generation. Gilgit-Baltistan is emerging as a hub for clean energy generation through hydro, solar, and wind resources. As an enabler of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, Gilgit-Baltistan is becoming Pakistan's key economic and technological zone, thus a heaven for investors. The increasing significance of green energy makes the power sector the center of sustainable development. Water and Power Development Authority, WAPDA, identified potential of over 40,000 megawatts through hydropower energy generation. Only a fraction of the capacity is utilized. The golden opportunity is yet to be tapped. The Water and Power Department, Gilgit-Baltistan, has put significant efforts in conducting feasibility studies for several hydropower projects throughout Gilgit-Baltistan. With rivers flowing through the gigantic mountains of Gilgit-Baltistan, the potential of power generation is never ending. The feasibility studies for the regional power grid are completed, which aims to circulate electricity to the rest of the country and beyond. The government of Gilgit-Baltistan is welcoming investments through business-friendly policies and business facilitation. As a tax-free zone, the region offers attractive returns on large-scale investments. Gilgit-Baltistan welcomes you to invest in the power sector. Let's grab the golden opportunity to succeed together.
Gilgit-Baltistan, home to the largest mountain ranges of the world, is situated in the extreme north of Pakistan. Doorway to China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, hosting some of the largest water resources on the planet. Gilgit-Baltistan is the water bank of Pakistan. The region is a distinctive custodian of the largest glaciers outside polar regions. These natural resources have blessed the region with an immense potential for power generation. Spreading over 72,000 square kilometers, Gilgit-Baltistan is the powerhouse of clean energy generation through hydro, solar, and wind resources. With increasing research and studies, the true potential of hydropower in the region is unfolding. The Water and Power Department of Gilgit-Baltistan identified hydropower potential sites in the region. that can produce 40,000 megawatts of clean electricity. Having networks of rivers and tributaries, the region has much more potential, which can not only meet the energy requirements of the entire country, but can be exported to neighboring countries. The feasibilities of numerous projects have been completed and are awaiting investments for implementation. These include 100 megawatt hydropower project near Karakoram International University, Gilgit, 80 megawatt hydropower project, Pandar Gizar, 30 megawatt hydropower project, Pasal Hunza, 15.30 megawatt hydropower project, Sakar Koi Gilgit, 15 megawatt hydropower project, Golodas Gizar, 10 megawatt hydropower project.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think time to start our final session. Please take your seats. This is going to be very painless.
They are ready to revolutionize.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats.
And fragile ecosystem.
Jamali Saab, please do your role. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Kindly get the government seated.
The government is offering investors a golden opportunity to invest in the power sector of the region.
All you stragglers outside, please come in. This is the time. Take it or lose it.
Deployment of green energy projects. This leads to sustainable development of businesses and communities while keeping our Mother Earth green.
Jalal, could we make an announcement, please? Everybody,
avail this business
kindly move in.
Gilgit-Baltistan of Pakistan.
All you handsome, gentle people, can we move in? Thank you. Gents, Asaf, please move people in. Thank you. This is going to be a very fun session. We're going to have a lot of people, all the investments. There are people waiting in Norway, ladies and gentlemen. Can we just make sure that we are on time?
Is home to 3 of the largest mountain ranges in the world. The Karakoram, the Himalayas, and the Hundaka all encircle the landscape of Gilgit-Baltistan, like a necklace made of precious jewels. The innate beauty and geological importance of Gilgit-Baltistan is enhanced and enriched with the rich deposits of minerals, gemstones, industry rocks, and metals, all available abundantly. The mineral deposits of Gilgit-Baltistan are ripe but unexplored. These deposits.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you all to be seated. We have limited time. We are going to go live to Norway, to the Pakistan Embassy in Norway. So kindly make sure that we accord them some respect. They've been waiting almost 4 hours.
And fixed returns, a promise for a brighter future. Geographically important, Gilgit-Baltistan is an ever-ready bridge between the international markets. Its gemstones have bedazzled the eyes of every visitor since ages. Its highest peaks, with rich deposits of gold, copper, lead, zinc, nickel, cobalt, and iron, empowers the countless industries across Pakistan. Safe returns for investors, economic benefits for the communities, and
ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly please request all of you to be seated now. We have to go live to Norway, so kindly be seated. We have other people. The head of UNDP is also going to make an intervention. There are many people. And then we have the signing of the MOUs. we really request all of you to please be seated. Can someone please bring the people from outside? There's going to be plenty of time to network over dinner.
For over 100
Ma'am, you're looking
years,
lovely, believe me.
which attracted global ventures. The mines and minerals are a game-changing asset of Gilgit-Baltistan. It is an economic paradise, a world of progress, and a pathway of success. Gilgit-Baltistan awaits you. Let's join hands.
Mr. Wasim Samad, can you please run the Zoom link, because the people from Norway, we don't want to disappoint them. So I want an experienced hand there, and then after 5 minutes, I'll let you go, please.
The glorious mountains of Karakoram, Hindu Kush and Himalayas are home to immeasurable amounts of minerals, gems and metals. Gilgit-Baltistan is the crown, the throne and the symbol of geological and aesthetic richness of minerals and mines. It's a gateway to open treasures, an icon of immense beauty and a welcoming friend. The rich deposits of Gilgit-Baltistan have attracted international investors since ages. The foreign investment in the region has multiplied over the years. Thanks to the government's mining concession rules, MCR, more and more investors are flocking in. It actively engages individuals and corporations from around the globe to invest in the mining sector of the region. COVID-19 and the skyrocketing gold prices throughout the globe are now driving investors towards the mining industry of Gilgit-Baltistan. It holds great potential for uplifting their businesses and is also a promising avenue towards sustainable development of local communities. Rich in minerals and gemstones, Gilgit-Baltistan is the leader in reserves of gold and other metals. For millions of years, landslides, floods, and the river flow has continuously washed these downstream. As a result, gold reserves remain buried under the riverbeds throughout the region, awaiting extraction through placer mining. It's a treasure chest waiting to be discovered. The Mines and Minerals Department of Gilgit-Baltistan is working day and night, focusing on active policy making, geological and environmental surveys, on-site examinations, and collaborations with the private sector. This is achieved through lease and exploration agreements, unearthing the true potential of placer gold mining in Gilgit-Baltistan. Now, the deposits of gold are a few steps away. Let's join hands and walk together. The journey towards a treasure land. Gilgit-Baltistan, a cradle of safe investment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Minister is just joining us.
Gilgit-Baltistan is the gateway to China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep to your seats. The Chief Minister is about to join us, and then we'll go live to Norway.
Central Asia in the west, farther in the south, and India in the east, blessing it as the hub of north-south and east-west trade. Having immense potential for development of large, medium, and small-scale enterprises, the Industries, Labour and Commerce Department of Government of Gilgit-Baltistan is playing a pivotal role in the socio-economic success of the region. The Directorate of Industries, Labour and Commerce is steadily becoming the focal point for facilitation and promotion, helping local and foreign investment to flourish and grow. It is becoming a steady source of capacity building and skill development, empowering locals to take full advantage of the new opportunities. Thus, the flower of golden opportunity is ready to bloom. The Directorate plays the role of facilitator in industrial development and entrepreneurship. It is done through policy intervention, setting up of industrial parks and export processing zones for local business and investors. Alongside skill development of human resource and socio-economic development, the Directorate strives to promote small and medium-scale enterprises. To minimize wastage and enhanced selling price of natural resources, the Industries, Labour and Commerce Department of Gilgit-Baltistan presents new sustainable investment opportunities. This is done through deployment of modern machinery for the development of local businesses. Thus, the business ventures enjoy the fruits of success to the fullest. The golden moment has arrived. So let's grab the opportunity together. Gilgit-Baltistan.
Ladies and
once
gentlemen,
again
we're going to
becomes a
commence our session. We are going to initiate the Impact Investment session, which is the last session before the MOU signing ceremony and the closing ceremony. So if you could kindly come back and be seated, because this is a very important session. We are going to be joined by Mr. Nat Otsby, who's the resident representative, United Nations Development Program in Pakistan, and also His Excellency, Mr. Babar Amin, who is the Ambassador of Pakistan to Norway, Norwegian group. Hence, this is a very, very significant impact investment session that, of course, is going to bring more knowledge to your already pre-existing knowledge. Also, we will be joined by the Special Communications Organization, and not just that, we will have a panel question and answer session as well with Mr. Aziz Ahmed Jamali, Mr. Syed Jalaluddin Shah, also Dr. Ataullah Khan, and also Dr. Nadimul Haq. And this is going to be a very mentally stimulating session because it's going to be packed with knowledge, packed with more ideas, packed with academic distinctions as well. And you're going to learn a lot about what Gilgit-Baltistan stands for, the investment opportunities. And of course, we're going to be very shortly joined by the esteemed panel of ministers as well. All those who are outside could if kindly come back to the event hall, and so we may begin.
The Directorate of Industries, Labour and Commerce is fast becoming a focal point for attracting, facilitating and promoting local and foreign investments. Its sister industry, Mines and Minerals, is playing a pivotal role in socio-economic development of the region. Helping the
Ladies and
region
gentlemen, we have been joined by Mr. Afzal Mahmood, who is the Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Pakistan to UAE. Welcome, and very happy to have you in this session, in this last session. Thank you for joining us. We are going to commence our session in a short while. All those who are outside, the tea break is over. We're going to have a dinner as well, but first we're going to, of course, have this very important session, which is, of course, packed with knowledge. It's going to have a representative from PIDE, the Vice Chancellor from PIDE indeed, also from Karakoram International University, the Vice Chancellor of that, who is Professor Dr. Ataullah Khan in the panel. and they'll be able to answer your questions, and they will be able to help you realize and understand the economic and developmental dimensions a little more. Also, we will, of course, have short speeches by the resident representative, United Nations Development Program of Pakistan. He is going to join us as well, Mr. Nat Otsby. Also, His Excellency, Mr. Babar Amin, who's the ambassador of Pakistan to Norway, Norwegian group. He is also going to join us online, and they are, in fact, waiting for us to get in touch with them online. So we have to.
So for
commence our
those
session.
people waiting patiently at our embassy and are joining from Norway, Mr. Babar Amin, Otto, Rupert, I have to let you know that I will come to you, and we're going to start in about 2 minutes. We request that we will first ask you to introduce yourself from the embassy and the people joining elsewhere, representing the companies of Norway. We will then have the statement from the head of UNDP for Pakistan, Mr. Knut Otsby, and then we'll come back to Norway for your short presentations. And sorry for the delay and for your patience. Thank you very much.
The largest glaciers are outside the polar region and the highest mountain ranges on Earth. It is blessed with a cool and dry climate and abundant water resources, thus providing opportunities to produce agricultural crops in a pest and disease-free environment. This natural endowment is the custodian of unique fruits, vegetables, and the finest medicinal crops and herbs. During the last 3 decades, due to exceptional efforts of the government and non-government organizations, the region is able to produce apricots, apples, cherries, pears, and nuts in large quantities. Production of vegetables such as potatoes, peas, capsicum, and tomatoes has grown exponentially. Fresh and dried fruits of Gilgit-Baltistan have not only grasped the national markets, but also international markets, such as the Middle East, South Asia.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is not my regular job. This is my part-time job. I'm still waiting for our moderator from PTV. Is Tayyaba around? But we shall not actually wait a lot because it's kind of impolite. People in Norway have been waiting at our embassy. So maybe Wasim, with your permission, we can start. And so, ladies and gentlemen, may I have the doors closed, please? Can we close the doors, please? Thank you very much. So welcome back. This is the session where we are basically going to be having a chat. We have our colleagues joining us from Norway. The Pakistan Embassy in Norway, His Excellency Babar Amin, is online with Otto, who represents Global Peddlers. And then we have 5 Norwegian companies who have short statements of interest. They have already sent their memorandum of understanding to the government of GB. And we intend to have that signing after this session. So we will go to the embassy to Norway, short intros, then we will have the statement by the head of United Nations Development Program in Pakistan. And after that, we will go back to Norway. Again, recognizing the Honorary Council of Norway is amongst us physically here. Jawad is here, so maybe we can have now, Wasim, we can alert Otto and we can go to the embassy. So over to the embassy, please. Can we have you online? Excellency, Assalamu alaikum.
I am Babar Amin. I am Ambassador of Pakistan to Norway. It's a great pleasure to introduce Norwegian companies for the Gilgit-Baltistan Investment Conference in Dubai. And we have been involved with a number of Norwegian companies who were interested in investing in Norway over the period of last 5 to 6 months. And I'm very glad that this opportunity has come where these companies are now participating in a big conference being organized in Dubai. And we are also hopeful that some of these companies will also go to the BOI's investment conference that is scheduled next month between 30th to 31st March next month. Thank you very much. I'll give floor to Mr. Otto.
Thank you so much. My name is Otto Evjent. I'm the chairman of the board of Global Peddlers. I've been working and living in Asia for a number of years, especially in China, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and I've been working with Pakistan for the last 20 years on and off. I have especially an interest in looking at investments from 3 different angles, which is then knowledge economy, impact economy, and of course then financial economy. So Global Peddlers is working in the connection with all these 3. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rukhsar, if we can just hold the intros now and we'll come back to you.
No issue.
For the last 40 minutes, the head of UNDP Pakistan has been online and waiting. So if we can just switch over to Pakistan. Knut is joining us from Quetta. Knut, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Actually, my Quetta trip was cancelled, so I'm in Islamabad. But it's very good to be with you. But I'm not rushed for time. So if you want to go ahead with the introductions, please do. I have lots of time.
Otto, I think, Knut, since we have you online, maybe you can just send a very short message about what you're doing and what you intend for GB and Pakistan around the SDGs, a 3-minute intervention, because the Norwegian companies will be making a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, Chief Minister, Ambassador, international dignitaries, private sector investors, and it's particularly interesting for me as a Norwegian citizen to see that there are a number of Norwegian companies involved here. I'm working as the UNDP representative in Pakistan, as you had said, and we have a range of programs, but the one I will tell you about today is specifically on SDG investments. As you know, we talked about SDGs back, we established SDGs worldwide in 2015, and the one issue was the financing of SDGs. And it was very clear that we would not achieve the SDGs if we were relying only on the traditional official development assistance and so on. It would require everybody from grassroots up to states, and also including the international private sector to be able to achieve the SDGs. And we obviously clearly very much believe this can very well be combined with profitable investments. The global financing sector is at a bit of a crossroads. I think we do need a shift in how we do investments to be able to move forward. And we're looking, we think we have found a way to help promote strategic investments, strategic impact investments. And we recently launched an SDG investment report. It's available online for those who would like to look it up or who don't already have it, called Leveraging Private Investments for Pakistan's Sustainable Development. And it gives an overview of policy priorities, regulatory environment, and looking at that from a private sector development context. But before I go further into that, let me say a couple of words on our more grassroots, bottom-up type engagement also in GB. We're trying to create local to global synergies to working in a pilot project with one particular community. We are working in Husha Valley to address socioeconomic challenges, especially those that emerged during COVID-19. We're taking an approach to have participatory discussion, deep listening, prototyping using digital tools, innovative financing sources to understand the response to the needs and opportunities of this community, and particularly aimed at the food economy of that valley. We think this work offers a very good potential for investors to take these examples, see the potential in them, and to scale them up in cooperation with local communities. We think besides the food economy, we think it can be replicated across also different thematic portfolios in other sectors, including energy and tourism.
Thank you.
But this work is linked to our larger work on the SDG investments. We have been working with the Pakistan government for more than a year on new initiatives related to SDG investments. And we're working on two fronts. One is to help identify a portfolio of promising investment projects, and these have already been showcased at two international SDG investment fairs last year. And we're working on an SDG investment map for investors who are interested in impact in investments. And then the other dimension is that we have realized that there is significant interest among large international investors in Pakistan. There is promising projects, but there is a gap there between the quality and the lack of structuring of proposals and what the international investors are willing to come in and take on. So we are working with the government on setting up a SDG project development facility. We have already had the Prime Minister has already appointed a high-level committee to facilitate this, and we are working to build up this technical assistance facility with expertise that can take the proposals, look at quality, look at what investors need to see, look at how they are structured, and then play a bridging role in that regard. We're looking at potentially setting up an investment of around $1 billion in Pakistan through this, but there is still a way to go, and there is a lot of technical assistance work to do, but I think we are on a good way. There is a clear potential in Pakistan proposals. There's a clear interest.
But I have to I've been asked by the Chief Minister to be very strict on time. So I think the core message, if I can just translate for you.
If I can just, I was just about to round off. So I think with this bridging facility, I think we can look at a great potential for the future. But thank you very much.
No, thanks a lot for that. Just to reiterate, I think I think the Minister for Planning sitting here was actually listening very aptly to you, because I think you mentioned something very close to his heart, which is that most of the projects that hit investors are not prepared well. And for example, this is why what we are going to show you next from Norway is the effort that GB Invest with the government of GB has been putting to bring these people from Norway on the table. You need a lot of appraisal documents. Unfortunately, the world is not very kind for Atullah Saab. So I think the offer that Knut has made, they are thinking of bringing in an investment facility, preparation facility for Pakistan, which is about $10 to $20 million, of which GB can be the first taker to prepare most of the projects you have in the pipeline, whether it be in energy, and they are targeting those sectors which are called SDG priority sectors. So without further ado, if I can take you guys back to Knut, thanks again. And sorry we kept you waiting. Thanks to Sana, Amara, and all the team from UNDP Pakistan. Now we go over back to our embassy in Norway to Ambassador Babar Amin and Rukhsar. If you can run the show from there, you are able to share screen, everybody, all the companies from Norway. So I'm going to stand back. You have about 5 to 7 minutes. I will be very cruel on that. Each company has a minute presentation. So please go ahead. Thank you. Over to you, Rukhsar Hamid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durrani. A pleasure to see you in Dubai. My name is thank you, Mr. Durrani. A pleasure to see you in Dubai. My name is Rukhsar Hamid, and I'm living in Norway by birth from Norway and one diaspora in Norway. Today, I will give the word first to Mr. Uttu.
Just 1 minute, Rukhsar. Just 1 minute, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, just out of courtesy, I'd like the door closed and all of you to finish side conversations. This looks very bad on the image of Pakistan and that of Gilgit-Baltistan. To all those people who are wanting selfies, be assured we'll send you very nice pictures of all you beautiful people home. This is the last session. May I please request absolute silence as we are joined from Norway. Thank you, Rukhsar. Over to you.
So I continue. So I was just introducing myself. My name is Rukhsar, and I'm living in Norway by birth from Norway. I'm also the CEO for the Global Peddlers. I think, first of all, I will give the word to Mr. Uttu, who will introduce Global Peddlers and Global Peddlers vision. So over to you, Mr. Uttu. If you can say some words, please.
Thank you much. I had the idea for Global Peddlers after having been working in China on a corporate social responsibility program for China Chem, and working closely with China Academy of Sciences and Professor Ying-Ye Wang, who has been, by the way, working a lot on CPEC in Pakistan. So doing that, we worked a lot on knowledge economy, impact economy, and financial economy for projects in China. Alongside that, and before that, I had worked in Telenor for a number of years, actually the one who introduced Telenor in Pakistan, on convergence between technologies. And those two, convergence and the various types of technology, has been the basis for my setting up of Global Peddlers. Global Peddlers, we have no kind of technologies ourselves, but we are identifying companies with technologies which are suitable for introduction in various areas, in developing areas. So I will stop there now and just leave the word to the companies. Huh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Uttu. I will first introduce Mr. Rubet, the CEO of Mini Hydro. Please, Mr. Rubet.
Mini Hydro is a very important community power company. I think the Chief Minister will be very interested. They've expressed an interest to come to GB. Robert, can we have you?
Yes. Good evening, ladies and
gentlemen.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Robert. Good to see you.
Good. Thank you. My name is Robert Storbeck, and I am chairman and the main owner of our Norwegian company, Mini Hydro. Mini Hydro is a solution provider of small hydropower plants up to 5 megawatt. Up to now, we have supplied electromechanical equipment to approximately 20 power plants here in Norway. As you may know, we here in Norway, more than 95% of our energy production is based on hydropower. And we are familiar with high head power plants and low head power plants. And as I could see information from Gilgit, it's very much the same topography as we can find here in Norway. Now we are searching for a project in Pakistan where we can be a solution provider, or we may also participate, take part in joint ventures. in Pakistan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Can we, Rukhsar, move ahead? We have 3 minutes left while you get to the next person.
Yes, I think the next will be Mr. Einar. If you can say some words, please. And present yourself here. Thank you.
Unmute. Unmute. Please unmute yourself. You are now live. Can you hear us?
Mr. Einar, please unmute yourself.
There we are. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. This is Einali speaking.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Einali. I am the owner and managing director of Protos Biotech and Ultramarine. I'm a former professor at the University of Bergen, Center of International Health and University Hospital in Bergen. I have been doing nutrition research for about 30-40 years related to malnutrition in children mostly. I've been working with several projects in Africa founded by the Norwegian Development Agency as well as Norwegian Research Council, and my main interest in participating in this meeting is to forward information or to give information how we can fight malnutrition like stunting and so on. To let's say to rectify a big health problem in particular in children. We have been collaborating very closely with Oddvar Bjørge, who is the CEO of Seagames in Seagames Norway in Ålesund. I assume we are coming back to these different topics later. So this is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Rukhsar. Do we have a presentation from there, or should we call it a day and move on?
We can just move on. And we have Mr. Oddvar Bjørge from the CEO of the CTM. Please, Oddvar.
Yes, it's a pleasure being with you. Happy to have this opportunity. My name is Oddvar Bjørge. I'm the CEO of Seagames Company, a Norwegian company specialized in developing and utilizing side stream byline from the seafood processing industry globally. By different technologies, recipes, and market approaches, we are able to upcycle seafood side streams into nutritious and well-tasting powders, concentrate of oils, suitable to be added into applications like soups, sauces, biscuits, pastas, noodles, bread, etc. The seafood ingredient might be added to give nutrition, important amino acids and nutrition like Dr. Professor Einar spoke about, but also to give flavor to the same end products. We are now looking for partners who have factories or do want to invest in food processing factories where you think seafood might be added either for nutrition purposes or from a taste and profile point of view. We can use local raw materials or to get started also to import in order to see that end product work well in the market and is well accepted by customers to help on malnutrition and also to provide a good taste. So that is why I find it very interesting to participate in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rukhsar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oddvar. Our last present is not present today, Mr. Babar. So Mr. Uttu, on behalf of Greenex, will say some words. Please, Mr. Uttu.
We have in Global Peddlers been aiming at 4 cornerstones, as we mentioned here, and that is nutrition, energy, water, and competence. For the water side, we have Greenex, which is extremely well established in Norway, dealing with purification of water and also production of liquids for antiseptic usage. We are already in Pakistan with a small production unit that is we are planning for producing or placing in villages for them to produce their own purification things, and they are definitely all certified by the EU community. So it's both doable and cheap to enhance the handling of viruses and bacteria locally. Thank you. We have good documentation for that that will be available.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we got a few minutes left, Mr. Durrani, or
Yeah, thank you so much. And let me
short,
Summarizing a short intervention.
May I just actually would like to thank His Excellency Babar Amin Saab, our Ambassador Plenipotentiary to Norway, for his kind support throughout this effort. And Babar Saab, without you, this would not have been possible. On behalf of the Chief Minister of Gilgit-Baltistan, may I just convey this message which has been passed to me, that he is very interested in the companies offering to come and invest in mini hydros. Obviously, the rest of the companies, the messages were not, so clear, but I will translate them. There is a company that works in child nutrition, is also interested in setting up, enhancing early childhood nutrition for children. These are specialized products that the government of Norway is very keen and interested in bringing to GB. So I think all the companies, Otto and Ruxar, thank you so much. Excellency, sorry to keep you waiting, but maybe do you want to say a few closing words?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Durrani. It has been a great pleasure working with you, and also it has always been our endeavor, and we've been working for the last 5-6 months with these companies who are interested to invest, particularly in GB, in nutrition, in hydropower, as well as some of the other projects that would result in circular economy that would be based on knowledge, as well as have real impact in uplifting the life standards of the people in Gilgit-Baltistan. So thank you very much. I will not take too much time because of the
Thank you. May I just thank and get a round of applause for the team from Norway for sticking to time. This is professional. And may I also recognize VC Ataullah Shah Saab sitting back there who put me in touch. It's all because of him that we were able to pursue this. Thank you, Ataullah Saab. So please stay with us. We are now moving towards our concluding ceremony. We have about 24 to 26 MOUs, letters of intent, for the government of GB and for gbinvest.org. I am now going to hand over the stage to the not so tall yet very large personality, Ms. Tayyiba Nisar Khan from PTV.
Thank you so much, Amir. A wonderful, wonderful initiative and a wonderful discussion as well. Thank you for joining us as well. Now we've come to our closing ceremony. We are now going to sign some MOUs. We had an entire day of discussions. We had an entire day of you asking questions, of the entire day of the government of Gilgit-Baltistan answering your questions, telling you about the investment opportunities in Gilgit-Baltistan in various sectors, in renewable energy, in industries, trade, and also in other areas as well, such as energy.
So I hate to do this, but I was just reminded by somebody in Pakistan, I think you all would recognize, one of the largest problems in Gilgit-Baltistan that was mentioned earlier was connectivity. So we did not have enough time to set it in, but one of the premier organizations, SCO, who services Gilgit-Baltistan, has been very kind and has assured Rupani Saab, the Chief Minister, obviously the Chief Minister can order them wherever he wants, but for all private investment coming into GB, they are happy to extend, provide 4G plus network services. So please, all investors, whether in energy, tourism, take the idea that you will get your required broadband wherever you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir. I would also like to thank, before going on to the MOU signing ceremony, I would like to thank the Rupani Foundation. I would like to thank Re-Energia Foundation as well. I would like to thank the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, very important. I'd like to thank PAID. I'd like to thank Karakoram International University, the Vice Chancellor is sitting right over there, and also Gilgit-Baltistan University for, of course, your input in GB Invest and making this a reality, ensuring that so many MOUs have been signed. There are about 25 MOUs which have been signed because of this conference. And I believe that this deserves a round of applause. So now I would like to call upon the stage the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, CyberNet, Laxon Group of Company to sign the first MOU in optical fiber infrastructure, home broadband services, IT enabling in Gilgit-Baltistan as well.
We invite the concerned people.
Mr. Ataullah Jamali, if you could
Ataullah Shah Saab, you will be signing on behalf
Azizullah
of GB.
Jamali Saab, could you kindly come on the stage?
Jamali Saab. Sorry.
Amin Lakhani, could you kindly come on the stage? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming on the stage. Kindly take a seat. We would be signing an MOU. This MOU is between the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, CyberNet, Laxon Group of Company, and it deals with the optical fiber infrastructure, home broadband services, and IT enabling in Gilgit-Baltistan. A very significant step because Gilgit-Baltistan needs connectivity with the rest of Pakistan, and to ensure that the connectivity issue is resolved and the IT issue is resolved in order to impact investment, in order to bring impact investments. Mr. Azizullah Jamali and Mr. Amin Lakhani. The Chief Minister, all the ministers, Mr. Rupani, all the secretaries are standing as well for the MOU signing ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Now there's another MOU as well. Congratulations. Mr. Aziz Ahmed Jamali and Mr. Amin Lakhani, kindly keep sitting because there's another tri-party MOU that has to be signed between government of Gilgit-Baltistan, the Laxon Group of Company, and Cybrid. And for the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, I request Mr. Aziz Ahmed Jamali to kindly keep sitting. Mr. Amin Lakhani from the Laxon Group of Companies, please kindly keep sitting because there's a trilateral agreement. I'm sorry. Yeah. And Athar from Cybrid, Mr. Athar Imran, could you kindly also come? Thank you.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's see some smiling faces. This is a great moment for GB.
And Mr. Wasim Samad from the Apex & Co. Could you kindly also go for the tri-party agreement? Thank you, Mr. Amin Lakhani, for coming. This agreement, this MOU, is on technology enabling in Gilgit-Baltistan between the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, Cybrid Company, as well as Apex & Co. Mr. Athar Imran is the CEO of Cybrid Company. Mr. Wasim Samad is representing the Apex & Co.
Why is no?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a tri-party agreement between Cybrid, Government of Gilgit-Baltistan, and Apex & Co. Cybrid is being represented by the CEO of the company, Mr. Athar Imran, as well as the Gilgit-Baltistan government is being represented by Aziz Ahmad Jamali, and Apex & Company is being represented by Wasim Samad. They're really late. Agriculture, livestock, and fishing. Congratulations to these three companies and, of course, the government of Gilgit-Baltistan for the initiative. These MOUs were on technology enablers, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, and mines and minerals. Now we're going to invite on tourism an MOU that's going to be signed by the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. I invite Mr. Raja Rashid Ali for that. FPG Corporate Services Providers, Mr. Parvez Iqbal Shahid, could you kindly come on stage? Mr. Raja Rashid Ali from the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. And Mr. Parvez Iqbal Shahid from the FPG Corporate Services Providers Company. If you could kindly come on the stage for the MOU signing ceremony. Kindly be seated so we can continue to sign the MOUs. This MOU is between the government of Gilgit-Baltistan and the FPG Corporate Services Providers Company. And this is the development, ladies and gentlemen, of a 5-star hotel in Skardu. This is a 5-star hotel in Skardu that is going to be developed for $20 million. This is an MOU signed for $20 million to create a 5-star hotel in Skardu, which is of course very nearby Deosai. Thank you. Now we're going to invite Government of Gilgit-Baltistan, Mr. Azizullah Jamali for Government of Gilgit-Baltistan, Mr. Ataullah Shah, who's the Vice Chancellor of Karakoram International University, along with I Engineering. This is a tri-party agreement.
Those online, if we have I-Engineering US online, can we bring them online?
The government of Gilgit-Baltistan is being represented by Mr. Azizullah Jamali, while the Karakoram University is being represented by Mr. Ataullah Shah. If you could kindly come on the stage, you're already on the stage, wonderful. This is basically a $20 million MOU signing between the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, I-Engineering, as well as Karakoram International University. It's a tri-party agreement, a tri-party MOU.
For those of you thinking there is some incest going on, absolutely not. I'm just representing I-Engineering at their behest. Happens to be a friend's company in US, and they have agreed to do a BPO for basically AI. And essentially, as you know, machine learning is huge when people do AI, and they are hoping to provide at least 500 new jobs in the first investment.
This is a $20 million investment, an MOU signed between Karakoram International University, I-Engineering, as well as the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. Now, Marmar Group is invited, and the MOU is going to be signed between the Marmar Group and the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. Mr. Jamali is going to remain for the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, and a representative of the Marmar Group, kindly, if you could come on the stage and sign the MOU. This is an MOU on construction project. Construction of a ski resort to bring tourism into the area of Gilgit-Baltistan. Thank you so much, the Vice Chancellor. Mr. Jamali, we're going to request you to remain seated because the government of Gilgit-Baltistan is going to sign an MOU with the Marmar Group on construction of ski resort for tourism, tourism-based economy. Now, Barclay is going to sign the next MOU with the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. If the representative of Barclay could kindly come near the stage. Mr. Aziz Jamali, we're going to keep you seated for quite a while right now. Mr. Aziz Jamali is representing the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. The government of Gilgit-Baltistan is signing MOUs with various companies to bring investment into the region in order to ensure that impact investment will help the government and, of course, the people of Gilgit-Baltistan in making Gilgit-Baltistan a more economic and eco-tourism friendly area, and also, of course, into more bringing of industries and relevant investments. This is the Marmar Group. Congratulations. Now I request Barclay, the representative of Barclay, to please kindly come on the stage to sign the MOU. Mr. Aziz Jamali, kindly remain seated because you're representing the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. Okay, so we're going to give you a break for now. We're going to ask Mr. Rashid to kindly come on the stage. Wonderful. You're going to sign the MOU with Barclay. The representative of Barclay, kindly come on the stage. Thank you.
Norwegians who online हैं, Norwegians. इनका तो वैसे
Congratulations to Barclays and government of Gilgit-Baltistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, so there is now, after a lot of wait, can we have the Norway team here, please? Online. Otto, Roxar, so we will do this symbolically. I know there is live sea line also, but we will sign one MOU collectively through Global Peddlers for all the companies as we agreed. So if you allow me, I will act on your behalf here. And please stay online. And I'd like to bring Mr. Jamali again, wherever he has disappeared, sir. Since this MOU covers mini hydro, so I'd also like the minister representing energy to GB, government of GB. Tripartite. It's government of GB, them, and Secretary Par, if we can have him on the stage as well. Ji. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a tripartite agreement that has the commitment of funding from the government of Norway behind these companies. I will be shortly naming these companies. They are Mini Hydro AS, Protos Biotech, Science in Nutrition, GreenX AS, CGEMS, and Life Z Line AS. 6 companies in varied areas ranging from nutrition to energy to competence skills building are committing to bring investment into Gilgit-Baltistan, and this is being signed between the following parties: Global Peddlers representing and bringing and assisting and facilitating these companies. They have already provided their signatures, so they will be signed by gbinvest.org and government of Gilgit-Baltistan. So can we have?
साइन 2 लोग ही कर रहे हैं। दूसरी पार्टी आप हैं।
Nej då, det kan aldrig. Vi har sagt att det var.
Safar is writing a love letter. Safar is an acclaimed poet, sir. Yeah. Next. ये आप लोग सब काफी संभाल के रखो। I guess copy.
Hello. Yeah, we have a few more MOUs. Tayyeba, we are in capable hands now. Over to you, Tayyeba.
Now we're going to call for energy. We're going to call Mr. Zafar Vakar Taj to kindly come and represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. And IPS representative, if you could kindly come to the stage.
Okay, Ambassador Babar Amin Saab, Excellency,
The
Otto,
MOU.
Rukhsar, we thank you very much and congratulations. Sorry to keep you all waiting, but as you know, these MOU signing ceremonies can be a little bit tedious, but again, thank you for your patience and hope to see you all in Pakistan at the invitation of the Chief Minister of Gilgit-Baltistan. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Rani, and regards to Chief Minister.
Thank you for joining us, Norwegian group. It was wonderful to have you. Take care of yourselves.
You will.
Now, the IPS is going to sign an MOU with the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. Mr. Zafar Vakar Taj is representing the government. This is about the energy master plan for Gilgit-Baltistan region, hydropower projects in central and lower Hunza as per the concession agreement, and also network distribution. It also includes the technical assistance to Water and Power Department for the loss reduction program and technical and management training for the staff. Now I'd like to call We Pelicans prospective representative to kindly come on the stage. Mr. Asifullah Khan from the government of Gilgit-Baltistan will remain on the stage. If you could kindly come and sit, Mr. Asifullah Khan. Mr. Muhammad Umair Mahmood from We Pelican Perspective, if you could kindly come on the stage to sign the MOU. We Pelicans Perspective with the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, Mr. Asifullah Khan. This is for minerals development in Gilgit-Baltistan and minerals exploration in Gilgit-Baltistan. Now, I'd request the American International Technical and Vocational College, the representative, Dr. Khalid H. Sheikh, to kindly come near the stage. Right after this MOU is signed, we are going to call you.
While the signature is happening, can I request Mr. Tariq Javed representing Jumpstart Dubai to identify himself? Mr. Tariq Javed representing Jumpstart Dubai, please identify yourself.
Now, Mr. Asifullah Khan, kindly remain seated because there is another MOU that you have to sign on behalf of government of Gilgit-Baltistan with the American International Technical and Vocational College. And the representative for the American International Technical and Vocational College is Dr. Khalid H. Sheikh. This is for technical and vocational and hospitality management as per the international market requirements. This MOU is going to help in taking to capitalize on Gilgit-Baltistan investment potential, particularly the technical and vocational and hospitality management. I would like to request for and on behalf of PEF, Mr. Mirza Umer Iqbal to kindly come near the stage. Right after this MOU is signed, we're going to have you on the stage. Congratulations. Now, Mr. Aziz Ahmad Jamali, on behalf of Gilgit-Baltistan government, could you kindly come on the stage? Could you kindly come on the stage? Now, on behalf of PEF, Mr. Mirza Umair Iqbal, kindly come on the stage for the MOU signing with the Gilgit-Baltistan government. Mr. Aziz Ahmad Jamali is going to represent the GoGB. Mr. Mirza Umair Iqbal. This agreement is about agribusiness, renewable energy, tourism, mines, and minerals. Okay. And you're going to represent Jumpstart?
Yes. And I'm Jumpstart ka banda yahan pe. His name is here.
Now for the next MOU, I'd like to call Mr. Tariq Javed, who's the director of JS Bank, Jumpstart Pakistan, JS Pakistan, Dubai chapter. Mr. Tariq Javed, director of JS Jumpstart Pakistan, Dubai chapter. We're going to have the next MOU with you. And Mr. Amir Zafar Durrani is going to represent Gilgit-Baltistan Investment Organization. Mr. Jamali is going to remain and represent Gilgit-Baltistan government in the next MOU. This next MOU is between Jumpstart Pakistan, Gilgit-Baltistan Invest Organization, and Government of Gilgit-Baltistan. It will help potential companies and individuals in Gilgit-Baltistan to scale and grow their businesses through global networks of Jumpstart Pakistan. Also have potential companies and individuals in Gilgit-Baltistan to 10 times faster and increase their business in upcoming 7 to 10 years. Also help potential member companies and investors in Gilgit-Baltistan to gain access to global market, access to funding, and access to human capital and human resources. An MOU between Government of Gilgit-Baltistan, a tri-party MOU, along with Jumpstart Pakistan and GB Invest. Now, 5 MOUs are going to be signed in between the government of Gilgit-Baltistan and Pakistan Professional Business Council Abu Dhabi. Mr. Raja Rashid Ali is going to represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. Dr. Keser is going to represent Pakistan Professional Business Council, Abu Dhabi. These MOUs are about mines and minerals, tourism sector opportunities, technology sector, and also hospitality. A varied number of MOUs, 5 MOUs in mines and minerals, tourism sector opportunity, technology sector, as well as tourism. Congratulations. Now, Mr. Raja Rashid Ali will represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan for the next 5 MOUs. Pakistan Professional Business Council, Abu Dhabi. Dr. Keser is going to represent the Pakistan Professional Business Council, Abu Dhabi, and they're going to be a signing of 5 MOUs on varied topics and varied genres, such as mines and mineral, hospitality, tourism, and technology. Now, the next MOU is going to be between Apex and Co. and Government of Gilgit-Baltistan on varied genres such as agriculture, mining, hospitality, tourism. The chairperson, Mr. Nasiruddin Rupani, is going to sign that. Mr. Nasiruddin Rupani, the next MOU is going to be signed by you in representation of Apex and Co. This is a $50 million investment with the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, and Mr. Khadim Hussain is going to represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. Mr. Khadim Hussain. Mr. Khadim Hussain is going to represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, while Mr. Nasiruddin Rupani an MOU is left between the Pakistan Professional Business Council Abu Dhabi as well as Gilgit-Baltistan government. Mr. Asifullah, if you could kindly come on the stage to sign the MOU. Mr. Asifullah, could you kindly represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan in this MOU? Thank you. Congratulations. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nasiruddin Rupani to represent Apex and Co. along with Mr. Khadim Hussain from the Gilgit-Baltistan government to sign an MOU of $50 million, 50 million USD. This is on varied topics and varied genres such as hospitality, tourism, agriculture, minerals. Mr. Nasiruddin Rupani is representing the Apex and Co. and Mr. Khadim Hussain is representing the Gilgit-Baltistan government. And this is an MOU of $50 million on varied topics and various genres such as hospitality, agriculture, tourism, and minerals. A very significant MOU indeed, worth $50 million. Congratulations. $50 million worth of an MOU has been signed on varied genres such as hospitality, minerals, tourism, and agriculture. A round of applause, please. Thank you. The next MOU is going to be between Holiday Homes and the Gilgit-Baltistan government. The representative of Holiday Homes, if you could kindly come on stage, that would be absolutely wonderful. And the Gilgit-Baltistan government is going to be represented by Mr. Raja Rashid Ali, who's the Secretary of Tourism. Mr. Mazhar Ali Chawla, could you kindly come on the stage on behalf of Holiday Homes? This is regarding agri-tourism resort, which is going to have orchards with fruit trees and whatnot. An MOU between the Holiday Homes and Gilgit-Baltistan government. This MOU is on agro-tourism resort, which is going to have orchards and, of course, fruit picking. Now, Pakistan Business Professional Council representative, if you kindly could come near the stage. This MOU is between Holiday Homes and Gilgit-Baltistan government regarding agro-tourism resorts. Congratulations to Holiday Homes and Gilgit-Baltistan government. A letter of intent has been sent by All Pakistan Textile Mills Association. All Pakistan Textile Mills Association, APTMA, has sent a letter of intent in investment and resourcing interest in Gilgit-Baltistan. A very significant move indeed by APTMA. Another letter of intent. Another letter of intent in the participation in Gilgit-Baltistan Investment Conference at the 2022 Dubai Expo Pakistan Pavilions on the sidelines of it. Expression of investment and resourcing interest in Gilgit-Baltistan by the Norwegian companies, by the global peddlers for Pakistan. Another tri-party MOU between GB Invest, the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, and Lifeline AS. It is the investment in Gilgit-Baltistan in the areas of reducing public health expenditure while improving the well-being of the population, help provide better technical support for the providing or provision of solutions for the prophylaxis of the people of Gilgit-Baltistan, and providing training opportunities for the local people of Gilgit-Baltistan to train technical staff for the O&M of relative health facilities as well. Mr. Jamali, if you could kindly represent the Gilgit-Baltistan government. Mr. Nasiruddin Rupani, could you kindly represent GB Invest? This is an MOU, a tri-party MOU between government of tri-party. Yes, a Lifeline AS representative. If you could kindly come on the stage. The Lifeline AS representative. He is online with us. The Lifeline AS representative is online with us, and he is going to sign an MOU with the Gilgit-Baltistan government as well as the GB Invest. Mr. Rupani as well as Mr. Jamali are signing this. Congratulations to the tri-party. Pakistan Business Council Dubai representative, if you could kindly come near the stage for the next MOU. Mr. Iqbal Daud, if you could kindly represent the Pakistan Business Council Dubai. Mr. Rashid Ali will represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan for the next MOU after the signing of this tri-party MOU between GB Invest, government of Gilgit-Baltistan, and Lives AS. Now another MOU is going to be signed by government of Gilgit-Baltistan, which is going to be represented by Mr. Rashid Ali. Pakistan Business Council is going to be represented by Mr. Iqbal Daud. And this MOU is for the industry and hospitality sector. Mr. Raja Rashid Ali. Could you kindly represent the government of Gilgit-Baltistan? Thank you. A lot of MOUs are being signed, especially in tourism sector, in minerals and energy, as well as agriculture and forest and hospitality. That one first. Now, Arabia Resources Publishing Chairperson Dr. S.M. Tahir, could we kindly have you near the stage for the next MOU? This is between the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, a bi-party MOU, which will be represented by Mr. Asifullah Khan. Now, the next MOU is between Arabia Resources Publishing LLC Dubai, which is being represented by Dr. S.M. Tahir, and the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, which is being represented by Mr. Asifullah Khan. Could we kindly have you both on the stage? Mr. S.M. Tahir, as well as Mr. Asifullah Khan, Arabia Resources Publishing LLC.
Sir, almost 30.
Now, the next MOU is going to be signed by Xi Khan Trading Company from Qingdao in China, and the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, which is going to be represented by Asifullah Khan, the Secretary Mines and Minerals. Mr. Asifullah Khan, could we kindly have you on stage? And Mr. Xi Khan Trading Company from Qingdao, China. Now, the next MOU is going to be a trilateral MOU, a tri-party MOU between Alif Technologies, Mr. Syed Asif Ali. Could you kindly come on the stage? This is also being signed with GB Tech, which is going to be represented by Mr. Musawwir Hussain, and the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, which is going to be represented by Mr. Aziz Jamali. Mr. Syed Asif Ali is going to represent Alif Technologies. Asif Zaman. Mr. Asif Zaman is going to represent the Alif Technologies. Mr. Musawwir Hussain is going to represent GB Tech Hive. And the government of Gilgit-Baltistan is being represented by Mr. Jamali, and this is a $2 million investment. An MOU worth $2 million is being signed currently between GB Tech Hive, Alif Technologies, and government of Gilgit-Baltistan. This is a tri-party agreement between Alif Technologies, GB Tech Hive, and the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, a $2 million investment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming towards the end of the MOU signing ceremony. Investment worth millions of dollars, almost $1 billion, I believe now, if we add up all of them. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, GB Invest organization will support the government of Gilgit-Baltistan in raising 105 million USD in the next 3 years. Millions of dollars are being signed in MOUs, and not just that. In addition, the Gilgit-Baltistan Invest organization. Thank you to the Chief Minister, all the ministers, all the secretaries of Gilgit-Baltistan for coming on the stage and staying. Thank you to the head. Thank you, Mr. Rupani, for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief, for
Thank you
nice,
so much.
sweet
Thank you.
announcement.
In addition, ladies and gentlemen, GB Invest organization will support government of Gilgit-Baltistan in raising 105 million USD in the next 3 years yearly. For closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down because now we're going to have our closing remarks. Closing remarks, Ambassador.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request, after such an august ceremony, may we just give a hand to all those people who are going to contribute to Gilgit-Baltistan. May I now request there will be just a short closing remark, and before that, a vote of thanks. Can you all be seated? I know you've been a very patient crowd. May I now request everybody to just be seated for the last 5 minutes. Gentlemen, ladies, as you can see, ladies, it's the gents who are definitely not behaving like gents, but that's usual. Kindly, may we request everybody to take a seat just for 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly note, people at the back, can we have some silence, please? Gents, all of you, we have plenty of time over dinner to chat. Kindly be seated. I'd like to invite on stage the Additional Chief Secretary, Mr. Jamali, and His Excellency Afzal Mahmood, our Ambassador Plenipotentiary to the UAE. Would you please join us on the stage? Can we have some round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? Come on, don't be misers. You see, some of us never grew up. We are still school children. We are backbenchers are still yapping away. Gents to my right, can we have some silence? Please wait. Please take it. You know, the ambassador of any country to any country is a plenipotentiary. So let's accord them due respect. The ambassador has taken out time to be with us at this August occasion. May I request the cameramen and people to please stop talking? Can I have pin drop silence just for 5 minutes, folks? I know this sounds cruel, but let's do it. Thank you. Please, can we all be seated, sir, Minister? Thank you. May I quickly now ask Aziz Jamali to say a word of thanks and the closing remarks, then I'll invite His Excellency there. Mr. Jamali, please come to the stage.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Indeed, it's a big day. I should recount what we achieved in such a short span. Although the effort was on for a couple of months in the past, but somehow with the support of partners and especially the endorsement of our cabinet of GB government, it's an immense achievement that we take back today. Maybe we expected a single digit of MOUs as an achievement, and we are taking 25 today at the end of the day. And the worth is so much that if I count total of my ADP and PSDP, it hardly comes to $130 million. And today, maybe it has crossed $2 billion commitment. It wasn't possible without the support of our ministers and cabinet, especially the Chief Minister as the lead. It wasn't possible without my team who worked hard, P&D department and others with us. And it wasn't possible without our partners who propagated the message so clear and so convincing that we all gathered with a full hall from the beginning till the end right now. It was a 6-hour-long conference. And it wasn't possible with our partners over here, especially Mr. Ambassador, who's sitting on my left, and with the business councils over here, who hosted and greeted us with open heart. And on this, I thank everyone who has counted even a minute, even an inch of the travel distance, and even a finger of signing this, one of the documents. In that sense, we are all grateful on part of the government of Gilgit-Baltistan. We received an immense welcome over here, an immense response, huge potential, and inshallah, we all look forward to you back in Gilgit-Baltistan so that you see what you have seen here, inshallah. Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Jamali, may I recognize you again in front of the Chief Minister. He has made a lot happen in a very short time. Ladies and gentlemen, as is common in these occasions, that a lot of us feel ignored. That is not out of any plan. Please understand that you're all equally important. Some came to the stage, some we couldn't give time. But in the interest of time, I just want to thank each and every one of you. You're all equally important. And so if we hurt anyone's feelings by not giving them time on the stage, please accept apologies and respects from the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, from the gbinvest.org group. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that there is dinner after this, a sumptuous dinner hosted again by the government of GB and gbinvest.org. And especially to mention Mr. Nasruddin Rupani, who's been instrumental in making all this happen. And a lot of the finance of what has happened today is because of him. He's our leader in our group of 5 core partners. And I would now like, without much ado, to invite His Excellency Mr. Afzal Mahmood, the Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Pakistan to UAE, to say the closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great day today for me. And before saying why it is great day, I'm really grateful to His Excellency, Mr. Khalid Khurshid, the Chief Minister of Gilgit-Baltistan, all the ministers from the GB government, senior officials, and especially Mr. Nasruddin Rupani, coming all the way from Texas to come and support us in our endeavor. And I'm really grateful to everyone in this room for having this very successful conclusion of a process which has just began. So it is a beginning, it is not the end. And I'm very conscious about it. And it is our responsibility, being Pakistani embassy consulate here, to follow up what is being signed and what has been signed. So why this is a very important day? Today we have achieved three very interesting, I would say, two benchmarks and one ceremonial thing. So the first is that we have signed 25 MOUs today, and that puts the number of total MOUs signed by the provincial and central governments of Pakistan. We have crossed the benchmark of 100 MOUs during Expo 2020. And we still have 5 more weeks to go. And this is an unprecedented, I am sure, I'm saying it with confidence, achievement of the government and nation of Pakistan and the team which has been supporting us at Expo 2020. And I would not hesitate to recognize the role of Pakistan Business Council. They have been our partner throughout and they have done a great job. So that is, first is that we have made a century, we have crossed 100 MOUs benchmark today. Second is that today we have reached the benchmark of 1 million visitors to Pakistan Pavilion. So that is happening today. Again, I will look into it, but I think we have been participating everywhere in the world, but probably this is the highest number. So I have been always speaking, and not that I was marketing Pakistan Pavilion. Everybody knows here that it has been a wonderful presentation by Pakistan of Pakistan's potential. So the longest, one of the longest histories in the world. We have 9,000-year-old history, recorded history of Pakistan. It could be more than that. Then we have diverse culture, and we have huge potential of trade, investment, and tourism, which we are very effectively presenting at Pakistan Pavilion. As you all know that we had allocated 1 month to each of the 6 regions, the 6 months. So GB, I mean, frankly speaking, I was a little nervous at the beginning when we were starting the GB week, because GB, as we all know, that it is kind of in its present status, it is like an infant. But hats off to the team of GB government here. They have shown us a very, very professional way of handling things. And I am seeing, I'm just discussing with His Excellency, the Chief Minister, the ministers, and the senior officials. They already have a mechanism of follow-up what they are signing here. So with that mechanism, and I would feel proud to be part of that follow-up mechanism, being sitting here. We help you and we support you. I just thank you again, all of you. These are closing remarks, and not an opportunity to speak that long. And now I am inviting everyone in this room and beyond, that although we have 1 week, and in that 1 week, I was suggesting to the Chief Minister that we didn't stop today the signing of MOUs and cultivating the trade investment community here. So during the remaining week, we would continue to have more MOUs, to have better understanding, and to invite the trade investment community to Gilgit-Baltistan. And from this platform, I'm inviting everyone to be again partners with us. Azad Jammu and Kashmir government is coming from 1st March, and that would be the final month of Expo 2020. And I'm hearing some news from here and there that Expo 2020 may extend. So if that extends, I am seeing an ambition from the GB that they would like to come back. So if that happens, we will welcome you again and we will partner with you. Thank you very much, not taking more of your time. Once again, it is a wonderful day for me. And I have every day, every week, every month to celebrate as Ambassador of Pakistan to the UAE, as well as Section Commissioner General for Expo 2020. And love you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just like Taiba, if you
I'm
can
so
join me.
inspired by Gilgit-Baltistan. After this conference, I decided to wear a cap. I love this cap. It has a feather with it. And I believe that after today's conference, after today's investment conference, we're all from hearts people of Gilgit-Baltistan, even if we're not. What do you say, Amir?
Well, I think that's true. And you know, there's a saying in Pakistan, I'm going to say that in Urdu, "Jine Lahore nahi vekhya, kuch nahi vekhya." But let me just tell you what that means is who hasn't seen Lahore hasn't seen anything. But let me be honest, who has not seen GB has not seen the world. So let me just say from the bottom of my heart, an invitation to all of you to come and visit Gilgit-Baltistan. I myself am an avid adventure motorcyclist, and I know GB probably better than most people in GB, but then they will be offended by that. But I can assure you, it is a place that most GB people have also to discover. It is just a wonder of the world. And if I need to now thank two entities that I have missed, Trade Development Association of Pakistan and the Board of Investment. Particular thanks go out to Jameel Saab and to the chairman of the Board of Investment, Asfar Hassan, who was very supportive from the moment GB government gave the word go and made sure that not only the pavilion, but also the activities here are supported. So I forgot to mention, but I think the Chief Minister needs to know and the Ambassador needs to know they had a huge hand role to play.
Also, I would also like to thank and recognize the achievement and all the work put behind this conference, all the organizations, Rupani Foundation, GB Invest Consortium, and of course, Re-Energia. I've seen Amir Durrani himself working very hard, holding meetings with us, ensuring that everything was on point. I've seen Wasim working today, countlessly helping us with everything that we needed, and all the other people as well. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for ensuring that this conference is a success. And thank you to all of you.
May we now request the Chief Minister and Nasruddin Rupani Saab and the ministers to please stay back. Chief Minister will have a small press conference that we hope to be captured on camera for televising. And for everybody else, let's give each other a big round of applause. Dinner is served outside. Thank you, all of you.
Also, lastly, whoever wants a cap like this or more GB related things, they're outside the bags. You can always get them. Thank you. Take care of yourselves. Allah Hafiz. The dinner has begun, ladies and gentlemen. Take care of yourselves.